Marshall Peak, Chapter 5671, Fu Guang and Wu Kuang. At one point, Yang Xiao could not stand the boredom, so when they passed by a certain celestial phenomenon, he rushed out in curiosity and was almost caught in it. If not for Yang Kai's quick actions, he might have been lost within the celestial phenomenon, never to return. When Yang Shui found out, she punished him severely until he promised never to do that again. The dramatic event was a rare comic relief to their otherwise mundane journey and became the butt of everyone's joke throughout the warship. A few years later, the purifying black ink battleship entered the late ancient era battlefield, and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who saw this place for the first time were all shaken to their core. The veteran Eighth Order Masters who told them all the events of the past were also totally captivated. Only at this time did they know that at the end of the late ancient era, there were humans who fought and were victorious over the Black Ink clan on this magnificent battlefield. Although they failed to kill them all, at least they managed to contain the Black Ink clan within the Black Ink battlefield. Now, the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds, the world had withered, universe worlds had collapsed, and the human race was trapped in a mere handful of great territory battlefields. The situation had never been worse, and everyone's heart was heavy and eager for revenge. After the late ancient era battlefield, there was the spiritless land. They were getting close to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Nearly 13 years after the departure of the purifying Black Ink battleship from the Supreme Headquarters territory, Yang Kai finally led a group of Eighth Order Masters to the place where the last human race crusade force was defeated. This was also where the Mother Nest was located and where the true body of Mo was sealed. The purifying Black Ink battleship flew past a lot of wreckage and debris. There were even damaged warships quietly floating across the void, as well as skeletons and corpses of humans and Black Ink clansmen alike. These were the remnants of the last Great War, the final battle outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Yang Kai was not present during that battle as he was targeted by a royal lord because of Tsong and had no choice but to flee. He fled for years before entering the Great Sea celestial phenomenon and started his cultivation to break through to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. After he emerged from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai managed to kill the royal lord who was chasing him. It was only after that he learned of the fierceness of this final battle. The human race should not have been defeated here. They had more than 100 great passes and a grand army numbering in the millions, all of whom were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm and above, with over 100 Ninth Order old ancestors assuming command. With such a lineup, they were definitely the strongest army the human race had mustered since the late ancient era millions of years ago. However, from within the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, a Black Ink giant spirit god emerged to challenge the army. From the opposite side, another fallen Black Ink giant spirit god, who roamed the late ancient era battlefield, was revived by the Black Ink clan. The two powerful Black Ink giant spirit gods pincered the human army, and together with countless royal lords and territory lords, the human race grand army was defeated and forced to retreat. The sight in front of everyone was tragic, and even if they were not personally involved in that battle, they could easily imagine its fierceness. The atmosphere aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship was heavy as people were scurrying about, trying to collect the corpses of the human race soldiers. When the great army retreated back then, they did not even have the time to collect the bodies of the fallen, so the battlefield was still littered with corpses. Su Yin activated her great sun and moon marks to create purifying light to disperse the Black Ink cloud in the void. However, she soon gave up as there were far more dead Black Ink clansmen than human race soldiers, causing the residual Black Ink cloud to be too large to disperse. Although they did not lack yellow crystal and blue crystal, they should not waste them unnecessarily. A potent divine sense suddenly spread over from afar, and all the Eighth Order Masters were astonished when they felt its might. This was not the divine sense of an Eighth Order Master, but that of a Ninth Order Master. The Eighth Order Masters became excited by the possibility that there was a Ninth Order Master stationed here. A moment later, the divine sense was withdrawn after having found out the identity of Yang Kai and the others. Following the battlefield's numerous ruins, the purifying Black Ink battleship soon came to a huge piece of debris. It was debris that belonged to a great past that had been destroyed. Looking at its appearance, it should be the Great Pass main square. On top of the debris stood a figure with flowing white hair and white robes, his arms folded behind his back, looking in the direction of the purifying black ink battleship. Upon seeing this person, many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately realized that it was not just any Ninth Order Master here, it was him. No wonder we've not heard about this senior for so many years. He must have been stationed here by the Supreme Headquarters a long time ago. Yang Kai jumped down from the purifying black ink battleship, came to the white-haired man, and cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Fu Guang. This man in all white was the current Dragon Clan leader and the only divine dragon. Yang Kai had sent Wu Kuang here a long time ago, but although the latter claimed that he would advance to the Ninth Order within 3,000 years, and that he could guard the primordial heaven source grand restriction effectively at that point, Yang Kai had to prepare for the unexpected. Therefore, over 1,000 years ago, Yang Kai had already suggested that the Supreme Headquarters prepare someone to assist Wu Kuang outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, just in case. However, the humans had limited manpower and very few were capable of carrying out such a mission. There were 2 old ancestors who met the requirements, but they had to stay in Wind Mist territory to restrain the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Part of restraining the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was that they too could not move. After much consideration, only Fu Guang could be deployed. However, during the Battle of the Barren Territory, Fu Guang was severely injured and almost died on the spot. If the Dragon Clan leader at that time did not go all out to rescue him, Fu Guang would have been among those who fell that day. After the retreat from the Barren Territory, Fu Guang spent many years in the depths of the Dragon Pool, drawing upon its power to heal himself. It was not until some 1,000 years ago that he finally recovered from his injuries. He immediately set off for this place after his recovery. On the way, Fu Guang passed by the No-Return Pass, which caused the Black Ink Clan to panic as they thought that he was there to pick a fight. Fortunately for them, Fu Guang had no such intentions and just passed by. The Black Ink Clan had since been wondering what a divine dragon from the Dragon Clan was doing in the Black Ink battlefield. By all accounts, Fu Guang had been here, alone, for at least 1,000 years. Many thanks for your hard work, Senior, Yang Kai said. 1,000 years of solitude was not easy to endure, even for a powerful divine spirit. Fu Guang smiled and shook his head. His eyes then looked up and down Yang Kai and said with a little surprise, "Your dragon vein." Yang Kai secretly praised this divine dragon for his strong perception. It should also be because they were both part of the Dragon Clan. So, even if Yang Kai did not use the powers of his dragon vein, Fu Guang would sense something about it. Yang Kai explained, "I obtained some gifts from the ancestral land." Fu Guang understood what he meant and replied, "That is indeed a great opportunity." He was wondering how Yang Kai's dragon vein had grown so quickly. The last time Fu Guang saw Yang Kai, the latter was just a 70,000-meter ancient dragon. Now, Yang Kai gave off a similar feeling to his own from back in the dragon pool. In other words, it was very likely that Yang Kai was in the same situation as he was back then, stuck at the last step before becoming a divine dragon. The power in the dragon pool had been greatly consumed after more than 2,000 years of healing, so Yang Kai could not have benefited much from it, certainly not enough to improve his dragon vein to such a degree. It turned out that it was a gift from the ancestral land. While they were talking, a group of 8th Order Masters and 60 Divine Spirits all came forward and saluted. No one dared to disrespect a divine dragon. The 8th Order Masters finally confirmed who the army commander of their suppressing Black Ink Army was. Although there had been some speculation beforehand, it was only today that they became certain. A master like Fu Guang was naturally qualified to be the army commander of the suppressing Black Ink Army. Zhu Jian and the rest of the Divine Spirits felt increasingly ready to be part of this fight. Given the circumstances, they knew that they would still be fighting alongside the human race after the 3,000-year agreement had expired. However, now they were working under the current Dragon Clan leader, and there was no room for sloppiness. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yang Kai said, "Sir, how is the situation here?" Fu Guang replied, "Nothing unusual, except that he talks a lot." talks a lot. Yang Kai was slightly stunned and then realized that Fu Guang should be referring to Wu Kuang. Yang Kai could not help but chuckle, and his tense mood also relaxed a lot. It also meant that there were no problems with the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. If there really was any problem, Wu Kuang would not be able to waste his energy on chatting. At that moment, Wu Kuang's voice came from the depths of the void. There is quite literally no one here besides the two of us, and it's been that way for over 1,000 years. Does it matter if we talk more? And don't you know that it's not a good habit to badmouth someone behind their back? Fu Guang laughed helplessly and cupped his fist. After so many years of chatting, he also knew Wu Kuang's background. He had much respect for this late ancient era martial ancestor. Furthermore, anyone who single-handedly guarded the primordial heaven's source grand restriction deserved the utmost respect. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even the divine spirits were all astonished. They were all previously focused on Fu Guang and never expected there to be a second person here. After all, there was only endless darkness as far as they could see. The deep darkness seemed to be able to devour everything, and even their souls seemed to be sucked into it when they stared for too long. Fortunately, everyone was strong, and when they perceived the anomaly, they immediately collected the mind, which eased the discomfort. Someone said with palpitations, "Is this where the mother nest resides?" They had heard that the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had sealed the mother nest along with Mo's true body. Now, they were able to see it with their own eyes. This was the source of all the chaos and the birthplace of the Black Ink Clan. Even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness and defeat in their hearts at this moment. Don't be so glum. For countless eons, your heroic ancestors spilled their blood on this battlefield to resist the Black Ink Clan, all to give future generations a chance to live and grow. Now, this burden has fallen on your shoulders. If you and the others fail here, then the human race and all the divine spirits will cease to exist. When that happens, everything will come to an end. The martial ancestors were able to seal this evil here. Don't you, their descendants, have the courage to fight it? Martial Peak, Chapter 5672, The Human Race Must Get Stronger. Fu Guang was not reprimanding, and neither was his tone intense. Though it seemed like a simple question, it caused everyone's heart to feel heavy. How could they face the true enemy if just gazing upon its shield of darkness was enough to frighten them? Yang Kai immediately cupped his fist and said respectfully, "Junior understands." Yang Kai took a step forward and said, "I'll check out the situation." He disappeared in a flash as Fu Guang looked on with his brow raised. The way Yang Kai utilized space principles was at a level no different from the late Phoenix clan leader. The Dragon clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, while the Phoenix clan's was the Tao of Space. Fu Guang was surprised that Yang Kai, a Dragon clan member, was so proficient in both the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space. Amidst the great struggle between the human race and the Black Ink clans over the dominion of everything under the heavens, there was always a need for special existences to rise up. Looking at the direction Yang Kai went, Fu Guang became lost in his thoughts as he realized that he was not one of those special beings. Outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, a portal seemed to open up in the darkness when Yang Kai arrived. Yang Kai followed the portal, took a step inside, and saw Wu Kuang sitting cross-legged. Yang Kai swiftly activated the Great Sun and Great Moon marks. Yellow and blue rays burst out and merged into a huge beam of purifying light that rained down on Wu Kuang's head. Wu Kuang, whose body was so black that his face could barely be seen, was instantly enveloped by the purifying light, and with a piercing sound, the huge mass of black ink strength was purified. The light dissipated and Wu Kuang returned to his original appearance. He appeared grim as he asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai replied casually, "I need to make sure that I see a human Wu Kuang, not a black ink disciple Wu Kuang." Anyone else who saw Wu Kuang's appearance would have thought he had been completely corrupted by black ink strength, mainly because this guy was covered in it and looked very abnormal. "What about now?" Wu Kuang asked rhetorically. Yang Kai said, "It should be fine, but I'd like to check your small universe if you don't mind." Wu Kuang snorted and replied, If I were a black ink disciple, I would have awakened the old thing inside and unlocked the primordial heaven's source grand restriction long ago. Who knows? The heaven-devouring great emperor is quite the schemer. Who can tell what you're up to? Wu Kuang rolled his eyes. The rich black ink strength continued to be pulled in, and under heaven-devouring battle law, he seemed to have turned it into a bottomless pit. Still, he warned Yang Kai, refrain from acting out. Do you know how tricky it is to steal something from someone's home without disturbing the sleeping owner? Besides, didn't you give me a world tree clone which can stabilize and isolate my small universe? How could black ink strength corrupt me so easily? When he saw that Yang Kai was unconvinced, Wu Kuang immediately sneered and snarled, "You're going to get your ass kicked." As he said that, he revealed his aura threateningly. Yang Kai immediately sat cross-legged in front of him and said, "Your fist is bigger. Fine, you win." Wu Kuang had already become a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was clearly not exaggerating when he said that he would achieve this within 3,000 years. Yang Kai was more and more amazed at the power of the heaven-devouring battle law. Unfortunately, only Wu Kuang could truly bring out the full power of this heaven-defying cultivation technique. Wu Kuang was able to advance from the 7th Order to the 9th Order in just 3,000 years with this secret art and special environment. In the end, black ink strength was also a kind of power. While sitting here, the black ink strength was endless and inexhaustible. With the help of the heaven-devouring battle law and the protection of flawless purifying golden lotus and a world tree clone, Wu Kuang was able to achieve the unimaginable in just 3,000 years. Without even one of these conditions, Wu Kuang would not have been able to advance to the 9th Order in such a short time. "Senior, I would like to ask you something," Yang Kai said solemnly. Wu Kuang chuckled softly. So, you call me Wu Kuang when you want, and then address me as senior when you want something. Brat, you're as disrespectful as ever." Wu Kuang sneered and thought to himself scornfully. "Speak." Wu Kuang snarled. The 10 martial ancestors all must have understood the Open Heaven Realm method is flawed. How did Senior overcome the limitations of the Open Heaven Realm method to cultivate the 9th Order? Wu Kuang's current body originally belonged to Mo Shang, the great demon god, who was killed back in the Star Boundary. Wu Kuang's soul took over that fallen master. Yang Kai still remembered that when he saw Wu Kuang again after leaving the Star Boundary, Wu Kuang was just a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at that time. In other words, Wu Kuang should have been an ordinary 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master back then. So theoretically, his limit was the 7th Order. How did he become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? You want to know? Wu Kuang grinned. You won't be able to do it. The 3 selves source reconstitution art is enough to keep you busy. Yang Kai probed and asked, "Is it related to the secret art practiced by Senior?" Back in the days when Wu Kuang was still sure, he already perceived the drawbacks of the Open Heaven Realm method and knew that the 10 martial ancestors alone could only confine Mo but could not completely destroy it. He needed more power and to reach a higher realm to destroy Mo. The 3 selves source reconstitution art was one of the methods Sure deduced that could potentially solve the limitations of the Open Heaven Realm method. However, this method had extreme limitations. If Wu Kuang did not know that Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, he would not have taught it to him. After all, the mere process of cutting one's soul in half was essentially like committing suicide if not for the supreme treasure. Since Sure had formulated the 3 selves source reconstitution art, but did not practice it, there must be another way to overcome the drawbacks of the Open Heaven Realm method. Yang Kai guessed that this should be the heaven-devouring battle law. Wu Kuang nodded. It is related to the secret art that I practice. The heaven-devouring battle law was not only the fastest method to improve one's strength, there are other subtleties involved with it that you cannot understand right now. To avoid the limitations of the Open Heaven Realm method, the flawless purifying golden lotus is also indispensable, so only I can do this in this world. As for the others, Wu Kuang slowly shook his head and his message was self-evident. Yang Kai was silent for a moment and then he suddenly said, "Senior, I saw the primordial light." Song told the Ninth Order Masters that finding the primordial light was the best and most secure way to resolve the issue of Mo and the Black Ink Clan. Yang Kai overheard this when he was serving tea to them. Otherwise, he would not have known about such a secret, as he was just a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master back then. However, of those Ninth Order old ancestors who were present, only 2 of them were still alive today. Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of Shi and naturally knew more about the primordial light than anyone else. Wu Kuang was stunned for a moment before he became incomparably excited, his eyes widening as he asked, "Where is it?" He was so agitated that he even grabbed Yang Kai's shoulders and shook him. Yang Kai felt his shoulders were about to be crushed and his body shaken apart, and hastily said, "Senior, don't get so excited. I only witnessed the primordial light by chance when traveling back through millions of years of time." "You traveled back in time?" Wu Kuang gawked as this was an impossible feat as far as he knew. After his eyes stopped spinning, Yang Kai explained exactly what happened in the ancestral land, causing Wu Kuang's expression to change as he listened. After Yang Kai finished explaining, Wu Kuang's expression became extremely odd and he could not tell whether he felt relief or not. "So, that's what happened. The primordial light has long since ceased to exist." Back then, the 10 martial ancestors theorized that the only way to deal with Mo once and for all was to find the primordial light. That was naturally a source of hope for them. However, today, Yang Kai had confirmed that the primordial light had disappeared from the universe, and its remnants had evolved into the divine spirit family. Thus, this hope no longer existed. Wu Kuang couldn't help feeling some disappointment in his heart. However, he had also long expected this situation. Even if he was disappointed, he did not despair. The primordial light was certainly the safest and simplest solution to resolve the issue of Mo, but it was not necessarily the only solution. Mo was in the creation realm, so if he could break through the Ninth Order and reach the creation realm, he would be able to compete with Mo directly. Collecting himself, Wu Kuang quickly said, "Brat, since the primordial light has long since dissipated, the only hope for the human race now is to further strengthen themselves and rise above the Ninth Order as soon as possible." "Yes," Yang Kai answered, but after thinking about it, he did not say anything about Zhang Ruoxi. After all, her story was still just his own speculation. Thus, he would have to take her to that place before he could say for certain his hypothesis was the truth. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "I brought some men and a powerful weapon with me this time to ease the burden on Senior. If Senior needs any help from them, just order them as needed." "There is always a need for more help," Wu Kuang said seriously. Previously, Mo was hit by whatever Mu left behind and has been in deep sleep ever since. Over these years, although there have been some faint mental activities, it has not awakened yet. Fortunately, I have made it to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and my control over the primordial heaven's source grand restriction is much stronger now. Otherwise, all hell would have broken loose already. Yang Kai was astonished and asked, "Then, can Senior estimate when Mo will awaken?" Wu Kuang spread his hands helplessly and replied, "It's impossible to say. Maybe it will wake up in the next moment, or perhaps it will continue to sleep for a few thousand more years." Yang Kai's anxiety increased greatly as he asked, "If it really wakes up, can Senior suppress him?" "Perhaps for a short while, but certainly not for long. After all, I have not yet reached Tsong's level of strength." Although Tsong was still technically in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he was much, much further along that path that I am right now. It was for that reason that he could single-handedly stay here and maintain the grand restriction. Still, I am also growing stronger all the time. In short, the longer it takes Mo to wake up, the better it is for the human race. After a pause, Wu Kuang said, "There are many Black Ink clansmen inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, including many royal lords. If the grand restriction were to be broken now, it would be difficult to stop them. However, if you have brought enough capable people, we might be able to reduce the power of Black Ink Clan in advance. When the day comes, and make no mistake, it will come, the burden on the human race would lessen if we act now." Yang Kai listened and asked eagerly, "How should we go about eliminating them?" Wu Kuang replied, "Simple. I'll create a small opening in the Grand Restriction and release some of them out in batches. You guys just need to kill them as they emerge." Martial Peak, Chapter 5673, Prepare for Battle. Yang Kai winced and whispered, "Senior may not know, but more than 3,000 years ago when the human crusade force came here, Tsang did what you suggested and it ended in disaster." Of course, when Tsang chose to open a gap, it was based on the same reasoning. Before the human crusade force arrived, Tsang had guarded this place alone for over 100,000 years and was approaching his limit. The primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction not only sealed Mo's true body, it also held back all of Mo's creations. Tsang could not bear the burden by himself, and eventually he would not be able to contain them. If the seal broke in Mo and its true body escaped, the human race would not be able to handle the subsequent catastrophe. So, after the human crusade force arrived, Tsang proposed, as Wu Kuang did now, to open a gap in the Grand Restriction to relieve some of the pressure. Initially, everything had gone according to Tsang's expectations until the appearance of a black ink giant spirit god. Unexpectedly, a black ink giant spirit god emerged from the Grand Restriction and forcefully held the gap open. The Black Ink clan army swarmed out and overwhelmed the human race army. All the Black Ink clansmen who died in that battle left behind massive amounts of Black Ink strength, which was then absorbed by the Black Ink giant spirit god, increasing its power. In the end, Tsang was forced to use the last card Mu left behind and sacrificed his body to reseal and reinforce the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction while Mo fell into a deep slumber. However, the Black Ink giant spirit god who had been roaming in the late ancient era battlefield had been awakened and struck from the rear to rout the crusade force. Although Yang Kai was not present for many of those events, he was at least involved up until the emergence of the first Black Ink giant spirit god. Thus, when Wu Kuang proposed this same strategy 3,000 years later, Yang Kai was naturally a little worried. Wu Kuang had obviously heard about what happened back then and chuckled. "Accidents are inevitable." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Is Senior certain that you can reseal the Grand Restriction at any moment?" Wu Kuang said bluntly, "There is no guarantee." Yang Kai's face twitched. If Wu Kuang did not dare to make this guarantee, then how could he propose such a risky plan? The hidden ace that Mu had left behind had been used up. The human race could not afford another mistake of that magnitude. However, Yang Kai soon realized what the problem was and asked, "Is Senior's burden so great that you are unable to bear it?" Yang Kai hit the nail on its head, so Wu Kuang could not help but sigh and reply, "I just became a Ninth Order Master and my strength is incomparable to Tsang. It's only a matter of time before the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction breaks apart." "Why didn't Senior just say so then?" Yang Kai said with some displeasure. Listening to Wu Kuang's tone earlier, he thought this guy was having an easy time staying here at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Who would have thought that his life was hanging by a thread all this while? Wu Kuang simply replied, "Don't I need some face?" Yang Kai was immediately incensed and did not know how to respond. He fumed for a moment before asking, "If we do as Senior said, will there be any effect on Mo's true body?" "Would you believe me if I said that there will be no effect? Mu left a strong gambit behind. Now, we can only trust her." "Then what about Black Ink giant spirit gods?" Yang Kai asked again. "There is no way a newly promoted Ninth Order Master like me could sense what's going on inside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction when even Tsang, sure, and the others could not back at their peak. Only Mu ever dove deep into the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. We have never done so. Unfortunately, she died after we resealed the restriction and did not leave any clues as to what she saw inside. That is why no one knew a Black Ink giant spirit god was lurking inside. The only thing I can do now is to try to reseal the gap when I notice any anomalies and try to avoid things getting out of hand." What Wu Kuang meant was that if there was a Black Ink giant spirit god that wanted to break out of the Grand Restriction, he would immediately close the opening. It was pointless for Yang Kai to ask if he was able to do it at this point. Wu Kuang followed up, "You do not have to worry too much though. Even if Mo is already at the creation realm, there will not be many Black Ink giant spirit gods. How do you know? Yang Kai asked. Emo must have paid a huge price to create such a powerful being. Every black ink giant spirit god must require a part of its true essence. Although Emo is very powerful, its soul and essence cannot be divided too many times. Otherwise, it will be in great danger itself. Is Senior certain of that, or is it just a guess? Yang Kai frowned. I have evidence this time, Wu Kuang smiled. Thousands of years ago, the Black Ink clan laid out an elaborate scheme and made many sacrifices to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit ancestral land, just like they did with the one from the late ancient era battlefield. If Mo could freely create Black Ink giant spirit gods, why would it bother going through all that trouble? Sending even one more out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would have ended everything right from the start, right? Yang Kai pondered over it a little and had to admit that Wu Kuang's analysis had some truth to it. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that he just wanted to believe a comforting lie rather than face an unwelcome truth. Wu Kuang continued, so, even if there are still Black Ink giant spirit gods in this primordial heaven's source grand restriction, there won't be many of them. Perhaps just one or two. Yang Kai pondered silently before exhaling a long sigh. In that case, we can only act and see what happens. It was necessary to open up a gap in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction as Wu Kuang needed to ease his burden. They could only hope that he could control the situation after. Yang Kai was glad that he had convinced the Supreme Headquarters to build the suppressing Black Ink Fortress 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, he would not have known how to handle the current situation. The original purpose of the suppressing Black Ink Fortress was to prevent problems that might emerge from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, including when the grand restriction would be broken. Senior, please wait a moment. I will go make some arrangements, Yang Kai said and got up to leave. Wu Kuang suddenly said, wait, there's one more thing I need to explain to you. What is it? Wu Kuang said solemnly, the primordial heaven's source grand restriction has existed for a very long time, which means that it has fallen into disrepair. Every time the grand restriction opens and closes, it will impact its stability to a certain degree. Do you know why Tsong did not dare to open the gap to relieve its pressure even when he had reached his limits? Yang Kai frowned and said, fear of collapse of the grand restriction? Wu Kuang nodded gravely. Indeed. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, Tsong did not dare to take that risk. Thus, he kept holding on until the arrival of the human crusade force. It was only then that he took the risk as others were around to help him contain the situation. After that, the source grand restriction should have become extremely unstable. Should? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Wu Kuang smiled lightly and replied, this happened many times during the long existence of the grand restriction. Otherwise, why do you think my old friends chose to strengthen the restriction by sacrificing themselves? Do you think they didn't cherish their lives? Yang Kai finally realized something when he heard this. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction was created by us under Mu's instructions. Mo struggled violently when it was in the grand restriction. For countless years, it has struggled and attempted to break out a few times, which put a great strain on the grand restriction. As a result, whenever there are signs of collapse, someone would make the sacrifice and merge with the grand restriction. As he spoke, Wu Kuang's eyes glowed in remembrance, clearly lost in his memories of a time long past. When one of us merged with the grand restriction, it was equivalent to reinforcing it. Therefore, it has been maintained until today without collapsing. 3,000 years have passed since Tsong did just that, and today's primordial heaven's source grand restriction is no longer the same as when it was first built. When I open the grand restriction, you will have to deal with all the Black Ink clansmen that leak out by yourselves. I won't close it unless a Black Ink giant spirit god is trying to break out. Yang Kai nodded lightly and replied, I understand. I will explain this to the army. He knew the reason why Wu Kuang had told him this. It was because he did not want the suppressing Black Ink army to expect any help from him. Wu Kuang could only take care of the opening and be ready to close it at any moment. He could not provide any direct assistance to the suppressing Black Ink army. He also wanted the suppressing black ink army to be prepared for anything horrendous that may occur. After leaving the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Yang Kai returned to the debris of the Great Pass and explained what he had discussed with Wu Kuang. Fu Guang nodded his head and said, "We can only deal with it as it is." Yang Kai continued, "I can't stay for long, so I must ask Senior to take care of things here." Fu Guang smiled and said, "Not a problem. I'll take care of it." Yang Kai looked at the numerous human 8th Order masters and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Small universe portals opened up and numerous figures emerged from each of them, the soldiers soon assembling according to their divisions and squads. Yang Kai moved away from the debris, and his world force surged to clear a space in the void. Afterwards, he took out the orb that contained the suppressing black ink fortress and threw it forward with force. Manipulating space principles, the orb shattered and space inside expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a large area of space was added to the void, causing ripples in space. Yang Kai rapidly formed a set of hand seals and surged both world force and space principles to smooth the disorder. After everything calmed down, the huge suppressing black ink fortress came into view in all its intimidating majesty. This was a true weapon of war. It sat in the void like a fierce beast, facing the primordial heaven's source grand restriction like a tiger that was watching its prey. In the square, Fu Guang raised his brow slightly when he saw this. With such a powerful platform in hand and the 6,000 elites of the suppressing black ink army, they should not have any problems dealing with a few black ink clansmen from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Suppressing black ink army. Fu Guang pointed his hand to the front and shouted, "Assume your positions." "Yes, sir." Under Fu Guang's command, the 10 divisions rapidly entered the suppressing black ink fortress from all sides. Division after division was assigned to each of the artifacts and everything was ready after just 2 hours. Fu Guang stood proudly in the middle of the void as this huge suppressing black ink fortress came to life and prepared for war. At the suppressing black ink fortress core, 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sat cross-legged in a circle, ready to activate its power to provide all possible assistance to the soldiers outside. Martial Peak, Chapter 5674, Shaving Away What's Inside. Yang Kai looked on from afar. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction was the battlefield of the suppressing black ink army. As he told Fu Guang earlier, he could not stay here for long. Thus, he could only observe and did not intend to intervene in this battle. Everything would be fine if the suppressing black ink army and the suppressing black ink fortress could deal with the black ink clan army that rushed out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If they could not, then there would be problems. There was another figure standing beside him at this moment. It was Zhang Ruoshi, who asked, "Sir, don't I have to go and help?" She thought that she could provide a lot of assistance with her small stone race army, which could form a 4th Order 9 Palaces formations. Even if she was facing an innate territory lord, she could put up a hard fight. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "Your battlefield isn't here." If his guess was right, then Zhang Ruoshi could play a much bigger role in the future than merely controlling a 4th Order 9 Palaces formation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoshi felt a bit confused, but she listened to Yang Kai's instructions and watched quietly beside him. For the last few thousand years, she and Yang Kai had barely met, but ever since she was young, she had built an unconditional trust in Yang Kai. Even after growing up and becoming a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she would still obey any request Yang Kai made of her. Now, both the suppressing black ink army and the suppressing black ink fortress were ready. Yang Kai looked over at Wu Kuang and said, "Senior, please do your best to control the gap and not put too much burden on the suppressing black ink army." Wu Kuang said, "Rest assured. I have been considering this ever since I first began guarding this place. I will only open the gap wide enough for those weaker than royal lords to smoothly pass through. Perhaps 1 or 2 royal lords might occasionally rush out, but with that dragon here, it shouldn't be a problem." Yang Kai nodded lightly. This was also the reason why he arranged for Fu Guang to come here in advance. As a divine dragon, Fu Guang was significantly more powerful than the average 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so dealing with one or two royal lords should not be an issue for him. The battle would soon begin. In the endless darkness, a spinning vortex suddenly emerged in front of the suppressing black ink fortress. The initial speed of the vortex was not fast, and its scale was not large. However, as time passed, the vortex gradually began to expand, and the speed of its rotation became increasingly faster. This was obviously Wu Kuang manipulating the primordial heaven source grand restriction to open a hole. Looking at this, Yang Kai felt much more assured. He remembered when Tsang opened the gap in the primordial heaven source grand restriction back then. A huge opening had appeared at that time, and countless black ink clan soldiers poured out of it. It was not that Tsang was not as good as Wu Kuang at controlling the grand restriction, but rather that the situation was vastly different. At that time, the human race had more than 100 great passes and an army which numbered in the millions. Tsang did not need to be so careful with his control of the gap. However, things were different now. The suppressing black ink fortress was less than 10% the size of a great pass, and the suppressing black ink army was composed of only 6,000 soldiers. Although there were 400 Eighth Order masters, that was still far fewer than the initial crusade force. If Wu Kuang did the same as Tsang had, then the suppressing black ink army would be overwhelmed and wiped out in no time. Wu Kuang was undoubtedly far more cautious in his approach than Tsang was back then. Rich black ink strength escaped from the vortex, but there was no sign of the black ink clan, which puzzled the suppressing black ink army soldiers. Soon, the human race masters sensed an anomaly. From within the vortex, a powerful divine sense extended outward, spying on the situation outside. Apparently, after that event 3,000 years ago, the black ink clansmen inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction became more cautious. However, even if they were more cautious, they could not resist the rare opportunity to rush out to the outside world. Thus, it did not take too long before a large number of black ink clansmen charged out of the vortex. These black ink clansmen were on average stronger than those fighting on the Great Territory battlefields. The black ink clan soldiers on the Great Territory battlefields were mostly cannon fodder that any open heaven realm master could kill a swath of in a single blow. However, these black ink clansmen that rushed out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction were all low-rank clansmen at least. In other words, they were equivalent to low-rank open heaven realm masters. This was not surprising as the primordial heaven source grand restriction has been sealed for so many years. Since these black ink clansmen were spawned inside and had nothing else to do, there was plenty of time for them to grow in strength. The last time the Crusade force was here, they were faced with such a situation as well. The first wave of black ink clansmen that emerged numbered less than 300, but everyone knew this was only the beginning. This batch of soldiers immediately rushed in the direction of the suppressing black ink fortress. After this first wave, more batches rushed from the vortex, each one containing a few hundred to 1,000 mixed soldiers. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of black ink clansmen had emerged from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, with more still pouring out. On top of the walls of the suppressing black ink fortress, facing the primordial heaven source grand restriction, sat the Tiger Roar cannons. These artifacts were all armed and ready. Several tins of Tiger Roar cannons hummed as energy built up within them before a dozen thick pillars of light flashed out from the suppressing black ink fortress like arrows released from their string. Wherever the pillars of light struck, the black ink clansmen would be wounded or killed. By the time the first volley of Tiger Roar cannons faded, thousands of black ink clansmen had been killed or injured. Immediately after, a dozen more Tiger Roar cannons spewed out dazzling columns of light. Then a dozen more. Beams of light from the suppressing black ink fortress shot out continuously. By the time all the Tiger Roar cannons on this side of the wall had fired, the Black Ink clan had already suffered tens of thousands of casualties, with not one of them even able to approach the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The vortex in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction expanded again as Wu Kuang was very relieved to see the immense power of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. As time passed, more Black Ink clansmen continued to emerge from the vortex, including feudal lords and territory lords. Outside of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, a battle that might last for many years had begun. In this battle, the Black Ink clan would constantly be attacking while the suppressing Black Ink army would be constantly defending. Each side would persist in such an environment for who knows how long. The key to this war lay in the hands of Wukong. If he controlled the situation properly, the suppressing Black Ink army would be able to keep this effort up indefinitely. However, if Wukong did not control the situation well, it would lead to an irreversible collapse. The territory lords from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction were all innate territory lords, but although all of them were quite powerful, the moment they emerged they were greeted by tiger roar cannons from the suppressing Black Ink fortress. Even territory lords would inevitably be wounded by the tiger roar cannons when they appeared, and if they could not respond in time, they would quickly be overwhelmed by the continuous bolts of light. Yang Kai saw some innate territory lords coming out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, but as they emerged, they would all go from being lightly wounded, to seriously wounded, to dying. There were some innate territory lords who barely survived the bombardment of the tiger roar cannons and wisely did not charge straight at the suppressing Black Ink fortress and instead chose to flank it. However, while the suppressing Black Ink fortress was seemingly fixed in place, the suppressing Black Ink army was very mobile. Those innate territory lords who barely survived the tiger roar cannon's attack were all swiftly intercepted by 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before they could get too close. The 8th Order Masters worked in teams to take down these flanking territory lords swiftly and decisively. The entire suppressing Black Ink fortress soon began spinning at a low speed, thanks to the 10 8th Order Masters powering the core. With this rotation, the fixed tiger roar cannons on the 4 walls of suppressing Black Ink fortress could take turns to fire, allowing the soldiers time to rest and recuperate so that the power of the suppressing Black Ink army could be maximized. Days went by, and soon an entire month had passed with the situation still under the humans' control. The Black Ink clan had suffered countless casualties, with more than 108 territory lords having been killed while not one soul from the suppressing Black Ink army had died. The rate of consumption of the soldiers was also under control, and as long as they received enough supplies, the suppressing Black Ink army could continue fighting like this indefinitely. However, accidents and unexpected situations finally began to appear. From the vortex, the aura of a royal lord revealed itself, followed by the figure of a royal lord struggling to emerge from within the grand restriction. Wukong had carefully controlled the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so that the gap he opened was only large enough to allow those weaker than royal lords to pass through smoothly. Any royal lord trying to emerge would have difficulty exiting through the current opening. The royal lord was only delayed for a few breaths of time while passing through the vortex, but during that brief moment, he was naturally struck by multiple attacks from the suppressing Black Ink fortress, causing numerous injuries. Naturally, this caused the royal lord to roar in anger. With great difficulty, he struggled out of the vortex and nimbly dodged the attacks from suppressing Black Ink fortress before charging out towards it. However, he was immediately met with the intense dragon aura of a divine dragon. Fu Guang, who had been waiting on the suppressing Black Ink fortress, personally intercepted the royal lord, forcing him into the nearby void to fight. The royal lord was ripped apart by Fu Guang's claws after only half an hour of fighting, his Black Ink strength exploding out like a final desperate gasp before he perished. Even in his prime, this royal lord was no match for a divine dragon, let alone after he was seriously wounded by the suppressing Black Ink army's focused barrage. The combination of the suppressing Black Ink army with the suppressing Black Ink fortress and a divine dragon proved to be a solid defense. Of course, the prerequisite was that Wukong maintained proper control of the primordial heaven source grand restriction and that nothing changed within the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Yang Kai was relieved to see this. There was no need for him to intervene in this matter. In fact, he could hardly resist the temptation to join. However, there was truly no need for him to be here since there was a divine dragon present. Looking at all the familiar faces aboard the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Yang Kai felt guilty for not participating in the fight, but he could do nothing about it. After taking Zhang Ruoshi into his small universe and transmitting a few words to Fu Guang, Young Kai connected with the old tree and soon followed its traces to the grand ancient ruins boundary. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5675. Guest. 3 months later, in the desolate and vast void of the chaotic dead territory, the two forces of yin and yang entwined, sparking violent explosions and shaking the universe each time they collided. Even an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not be able to withstand the fallout of such an explosion. This was a sight that had not been seen in the chaotic dead territory for many thousands of years. Such a chaotic and dangerous place certainly had a lot of opportunities, yet the dangers far, far outweighed those lucky chances. If it wasn't for the protection of giant spirit god Air when Yang Kai arrived here the first time, he would have already died many times over with his Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. After the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, they had also set their sights on this place, but when they realized how dangerous it was, they gave up on it entirely. They couldn't hold their ground in a place this dangerous. The Royal Lord was previously worried that these two supreme beings would direct animosity towards the Black Ink clan and attack, but after so many years of observation, these two showed no signs of leaving. Subsequently, he discovered from some Black Ink disciples that, though these two had a fierce reputation, they had never left the chaotic dead territory since ancient times, allowing the Royal Lord to breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai arrived in this place without difficulty and soon found Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, who were nurturing another small stone race army. Both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were speechless when they saw Yang Kai again. Ever since Yang Kai gave them these unique creatures, the two of them had been fixated on this type of game-like combat to establish their seniority. However, the last 2 times Yang Kai visited, nothing good happened. In addition to taking away a massive amount of yellow and blue crystals, he also took away their entire army which they had worked so hard to nurture. It was as if every time Yang Kai appeared, they would be robbed clean of all that they owned. So, seeing Yang Kai appear so soon after his last visit, Big Brother Huang's headache and he couldn't help grumbling, "Why are you here again?" Big Sister Lan later added, "You can take some yellow and blue crystals, but there are no more forces for you to take. It has only been a short time, and they haven't grown much yet." It had only been a few hundred years since the last time Yang Kai visited, so, naturally, they had yet to recover from the damage he caused last time. Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile and bowed to the two in front of him. "Little brother greets Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. You two seem to have some misunderstanding about this little brother." Big Brother Huang snorted sarcastically. Seeing this, Yang Kai hurriedly explained, "The reason this little brother came this time is not to ask for anything. Instead, I am purely here to visit you both. Of course, if you have anything to give." "No, if you were to give me anything, I would not dare to refuse." "No." Big Brother Huang shook his head like a rattling drum. "There's nothing for you here. Now that you've visited us, you can go." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little heartbroken. "Big Brother Huang, why are you treating me like an outsider?" If the names Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan felt like a joke before, after seeing records of the primordial light and uncovering the truth of what happened in the past, Yang Kai no longer felt any reservations about addressing them as such. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan really were the big brother and big sister of the Divine Spirit family. Big Brother Huang sighed, looking a little exasperated and helpless. "If I don't treat you like an outsider, I'm afraid you'd really take away everything we own." Despite having a thick skin, Yang Kai couldn't help but flush. He certainly did go overboard the last 2 times he visited. "All right, why did you come this time?" Big Sister Lan empathetically questioned. Now that the Black Ink clan had invaded their land and the human race was in a dire situation, how would Yang Kai come here to chit-chat with them for no particular reason? Yang Kai's expression turned serious. "Indeed, I have something to discuss. Do Big Brother and Big Sister remember the primordial light I mentioned the last time I came to visit you?" Big Brother Huang couldn't help but look up at him. "Did you discover something?" The primordial light was also related to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's origins, thus they were naturally concerned about it. It was simply that despite having lived for so long, they had no clue about it and didn't even know where to go for information, leaving them with no choice except to place their hopes in Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "By coincidence, I happened to see the primordial light when I experienced the events of the past." Following, he narrated all the things he experienced in the divine spirit ancestral land, including the blurry human figure that emerged when the primordial light first arrived there. "Everything I saw should be the events that occurred in the ancestral land during the primordial era, and these memories were born by the ancestral land itself. When this little brother was cultivating, I resonated with the ancestral land itself and got a glimpse of the mysteries of the primordial era. But from what I saw, before the primordial light hit the ancestral land, it was not as stable and powerful as it should have been. It undoubtedly separated its yin and yang components from it. This little brother believes that before the primordial light arrived at the ancestral land, it had already separated from Big Brother and Big Sister in the chaotic dead territory. After yin and yang were separated from the primordial light, they did not immediately become Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Rather, it took many years of evolution for the pure yin and yang to become the burning light and serene glimmer of today. Big Brother Huang previously mentioned this too. In the beginning, they were muddled and only felt as though they had been abandoned somehow. It was only a long time after they gained full sentience that they realized that they were in the chaotic dead territory and had never left this place since ancient times. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Sometime later, Big Brother Huang finally murmured, "So, we were really born from the primordial light?" He had this conjecture the last time Yang Kai discussed the primordial light with them, but he had no way to prove it. Now, Yang Kai's words had eliminated all his doubts. Yang Kai said with a smile, "This is no surprise. The primordial darkness of this world also awakened its sentience and became emo. So it is not strange that both of you were born from the primordial light. Besides, the primordial light not only created both of you, but all the divine spirits as well." After giving it some thought, Big Sister Lan said in a daze, "In that case, we are a family with the divine spirits. Xiao Huang and I were born first, followed by those divine spirits." Xiao Huang remained silent. The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched as he acted like he didn't hear this name. Big Sister Lan cheered, "Xiao Huang, this means all the divine spirits are our little brothers and sisters." She was delighted beyond belief to realize such a relationship. She had been fighting with Big Brother Huang since time immemorial about who was the elder sibling, but now, all of a sudden, they both had so many younger brothers and sisters. Big Sister Lan was filled with satisfaction. When he heard this, Big Brother Huang's eyes glistened too. He would usually be irritated if Big Sister Lan called him Xiao Huang, but at this moment, he couldn't be bothered about it. Compared to all the little brothers and sisters he now had, what did it matter if he had to be called Xiao Huang for a time? He couldn't help but stand up, spread his arms akimbo, and laugh proudly. He then turned his head to look at Yang Kai again and said proudly, Come, call me Big Brother." Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile. Little brother greets Big Brother Huang. Not forgetting Big Sister Lan, who was looking at him eagerly from the side, Yang Kai paid his respect to her as well. Previously, when they were addressed in this manner, the two of them were secretly on guard, wondering whether Yang Kai had any other intentions. However, at present, the same way of addressing and greeting sounded much more comfortable. Yang Kai felt a little sentimental at this moment. Although these two were supreme beings with great seniority and profound strength, something as simple as having little brothers and sisters actually brought them such joy, showing their innocence and cuteness, the polar opposite of how ferocious they were reputed to be outside. The only thing of concern now was how these two would react if they discovered that they still had another divine spirit who might have higher seniority above them. Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly remarked, "Big brother and sister, little brother brought a guest for you this time." With his brows lifted, Big Brother Huang asked, "Oh, is it a divine spirit?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." Strictly speaking, Heaven's Order could be considered a divine spirit too. However, her divine spirit bloodline wasn't exactly the same as the others. That being the case, let me see which little brother it is. He was already thinking about the greeting gift he should give to this new younger sibling. Since they all originated from the primordial light and he and big sister Lan were the firstborn, he shouldn't be too stingy with the gift as the big brother of the family. In response, Yang Kai opened up his small universe right away, and a figure emerged. When he decided to bring Zhang Ruoxi to the chaotic dead territory to meet Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, Yang Kai imagined many different ways this first contact would go, but nothing could have prepared him for what happened next. Just as Zhang Ruoxi stepped out of his small universe, she sensed a peculiar aura and looked over at Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. A different kind of smile appeared on Big Brother Huang's face all of a sudden as he stared straight at Zhang Ruoxi. Though it was their first time meeting each other, he felt incredibly warm and close to this person in front of him, like a long-lost child finally meeting a family member. Big Sister Lan tilted her head as she gazed at Zhang Ruoxi, her eyes somewhat lost. Like Big Brother Huang, she felt at home with this person. This overwhelming feeling filled her with a sense of anticipation, even though she had no idea what she was anticipating. This feeling was seemingly reciprocal. Yang Kai had not told Zhang Ruoxi where they were heading or who she was about to meet. She only stayed in Yang Kai's small universe and waited for his instructions. The moment Zhang Ruoxi stepped out of the Yang Kai's small universe, she was attracted to the two tiny children in front of her. Maternal love flooded her heart as she reached out and stroked Big Brother Huang's hair and patted Big Sister Lan's head. Yang Kai felt chills all over his body and secretly thought that women were definitely bolder than men. No one other than Zhang Ruoxi in this universe would dare act so intimately with the burning light and serene glimmer. Immediately after, something much more terrifying happened though. Ruoxi seemed to have misunderstood something as she asked, "Are these your children, sir? They're so adorable." "I don't dare. I don't have one." Yang Kai screamed in his heart. "They are the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Never mind about you patting their heads. You even dare to say such things in front of them. If this angers them both, how can the chaotic dead territory contain their rage?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 5676, Small Universe Imbalance. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan didn't show any signs of irritation, however. In fact, the two appeared incredibly at ease when Zhang Ruoxi stroked their heads. Big Brother Huang even squinted his eyes slightly while Big Sister Lan made soft sounds like a cat purring. Then, there was a sudden change. Incredibly pure and rich yin and yang power emerged from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's bodies, pouring freely into Zhang Ruoxi and flowing into her small universe. This was the most primitive and pure yin and yang power in the universe. Theoretically, yellow and blue crystals were condensed from their powers as they originated from the same source. However, in reality, no matter if it was the yellow crystals or the blue crystals, both were just remnants of the clash between yin and yang. In terms of quality, they were simply incomparable to the true power of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. If they were solely distinguished according to the open heaven order, then this kind of power definitely surpassed the ninth order. In addition to that, Big Sister Lan and Big Brother Huang Yin's and yang powers were extremely abundant. Though only a small part was poured into Zhang Ruoxi, her aura instantly soared, causing her seventh order open heaven realm cultivation to reach its limit and even show signs of breaking through. Ruoxi had already reached the peak of the seventh order open heaven realm, or else she wouldn't be able to realize the anomaly of the lock of shackles on her small universe. If she continued to cultivate normally, she would have had a chance to ascend to the eighth order within 300 years. Taking her potent bloodline into account, the time she needed might even have been shorter. However, this unexpected incident hastened her cultivation breakthrough enormously. She wasn't totally unprepared for this eventuality. Since realizing that her small universe might not be restricted by the innate shackles of the open heaven method, she had already made preparations for her ascension to the eighth order open heaven realm. Even so, this incident was still exceedingly risky because the sudden surge of power had instantly disrupted the balance of her small universe. Strictly speaking, a small universe was no different from a real universe world. The balance between yin, yang, and the five elements was essential to maintaining the foundation of any universe. Once this balance was disrupted, there would be a risk of the universe rupturing. The most common method for human masters to enhance their cultivation was to consume open heaven pills which contained the power of the 7 elements in perfect balance. There was no risk in consuming such pills as they could not lead to an imbalance in one small universe. A faster method was to refine cultivation materials directly. Compared to consuming open heaven pills, the benefits of refining a set of cultivation materials were far greater. Of course, this method was much more expensive as acquiring materials of high enough order was by no means easy. Additionally, in order to maintain the balance of their small universe, a cultivator had to refine a complete set of cultivation materials, with each of the 7 elements of the same order. Because only in this way could they maintain balance in their small universe. During Yang Kai's years of cultivating, this was his most common method of cultivation. If the master realized that their small universe was out of balance for some reason, they could make up for it by refining materials of the appropriate element. Due to their strict requirements for materials, it directly led to the rarity of the yin and yang element materials. Yin and yang element materials were far less common than the 5 elements materials. While there were sufficient materials of the lower orders, as the order increased, less and less yin and yang element materials were available. Before Yang Kai obtained a large amount of yellow and blue crystals from the chaotic dead territory, even the cave heavens and paradises lacked such materials above the 5th order. It wasn't until the appearance of yellow and blue crystals that this issue was solved. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan did not intend to pour their strength into Zhang Ruoxi's body. Rather, it was drawn out by her mysterious bloodline power, causing Zhang Ruoxi to unintentionally devour their power. This surprised both of them greatly. Zhang Ruoxi did not anticipate such a thing to occur either, nor did she intend to devour these two's powers, but everything happened so seamlessly after just a moment of contact. Immediately, Zhang Ruoxi's world force soared and her aura rampaged as the imbalance of her small universe shook and violently impacted her. Her gorgeous face turned pale in an instant, and she frantically cried out, "Sir!" Yang Kai was shocked as well. He was just admiring the strange act of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan a breath ago. In the next instant, Ruoxi's small universe was in peril. Behind Ruoxi, the illusory phantom of her small universe emerged all on its own. Its original tranquility with majestic mountains and pristine waters now enveloped in a storm of yellow and blue light. As these two hues clashed, a scene of violence and destruction played out. It was similar to what the chaotic dead territory looked like before Yang Kai first came here. Right away, Yang Kai snapped back to his senses and immediately took out a set of 5 elements materials, all in the 7th order, and passed them to Zhang Ruoxi, urging her, "Focus. Concentrate on holding together your small universe and quickly refine these." Since she had received a massive infusion of yin and yang element power, the only way to restore the balance of her small universe was to quickly refine more 5 elements power. Zhang Ruoxi obviously also understood that her life was at stake, so she did not hesitate to accept the 5 elements materials, sat cross-legged, and followed Yang Kai's instructions to stabilize her mind as she went all out to suppress the chaos of her own small universe while preparing to refine the materials. However, a human master was always greatly impacted by any disturbance in their small universe. If there was a fight between masters of the same order and strength, the one whose small universe was shaken first would quickly be defeated and perish. Because of this, every cave heaven and paradise had developed divine abilities or secret techniques designed exclusively for protecting their small universe. These methods were mainly used to defend their small universes from external shocks. During the Great Evolution Army's battle at the royal city of the Great Evolution Theater, Yang Kai used his cow punch secret technique to kill a 9th Order Black Ink disciple. In terms of raw strength, Yang Kai wasn't a match for a 9th Order Black Ink disciple. In fact, a 9th Order Black Ink disciple might only be slightly weaker than a pseudo-royal lord like Emo Na Yi. However, Yang Kai's cow punch was the most profound secret technique capable of directly impacting an enemy's small universe. Even if there was a great disparity in strength between Yang Kai and his opponent, cow punch could bypass all conventional defenses to cause massive damage. The current situation of Zhang Ruo, she was equivalent to her small universe being attacked by rampaging energy. Worse yet, this power was the purest essence of the burning light and serene glimmer, two supreme beings whose strength exceeded the ninth order. As someone only at the peak of the seventh order, how was Zhang Ruo she supposed to be able to endure it? The only reason her small universe did not rupture on the spot was because only a small amount of yin and yang element power flowed into her before it was cut off. However, this disturbance in her small universe made it incredibly difficult for her to focus her mind. In such an unsteady state, let alone refining materials to balance her small universe, even suppressing the chaos in her small universe was proving all but impossible. If Zhang Ruo she was unable to suppress the turbulence in her small universe quickly, it would only further destabilize, worsening her condition and creating a deadly feedback cycle. In a matter of breaths, Ruo she's aura became more and more chaotic, and the illusory phantom of the small universe behind her also began to expand and contract, showing extreme signs of instability. The yellow and blue lights also became more violent as they thrashed about wildly. Yang Kai felt chills all over. He thought that having Zhang Ruo she visit Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan might bring about some unexpected gains, but he never imagined that things would go so awry. Racking his brain desperately, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something that might help Ruo Shi, so he quickly shouted, "Open your mind." The next moment, a seemingly illusory lotus flower covered in multicolored light flew out from Yang Kai's head and into Zhang Ruo Shi's. Soul-warming lotus. Although this was a supreme treasure of the universe that had accompanied Yang Kai for millennia, other individuals could immediately use it without any kind of refinement as long as he passed it to them. Since he previously lent it to old ancestor Xiao Xiao to use in her battle inside the black ink nest space, it meant that he could lend it to Zhang Ruo Shi as well. The soul-warming lotus was the best solution to stabilize a person's shaken mind. As the seven-colored soul-warming lotus entered Zhang Ruo Shi's forehead, her expression quickly calmed down. Obviously, the soul-warming lotus was helping. After her mind was calmed down, she worked hard to suppress the turbulence in her small universe before starting to refine the seventh-order materials. Only when the situation was stabilized temporarily did Yang Kai heave a sigh of relief. It had only been a short moment, yet he was already drenched in sweat. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan stood to the side, completely dumbfounded by what they just experienced. Only after a long silence did Big Brother Huang murmur, "How? How did this happen?" Although the two of them have lived for countless years and were far more powerful than any other divine spirit, due to their lack of interaction with others, they were quite innocent and naive. All they knew was the woman in front of them, who they felt quite close to, almost died because of their power. Big Sister Lan gave it a little bit more thought than Big Brother Huang before turning to Yang Kai to ask, "Who is she?" Even when she first met Yang Kai, a member of the Dragon Clan, she had never experienced the same level of closeness as she did with this mysterious woman. She was even more puzzled by the fact that this young woman had freely drawn in her and Xiao Huang's power. That was their pure yin and yang power, their innate strength. It wasn't something just anyone could devour. However, recalling when her power was being devoured, Big Sister Lan felt no sense of rejection of disharmony at all. "I'll let you both know later. Can Big Brother and Sister restrain and take back your power?" Yang Kai asked seriously. Allowing Ruo Shi to refine 5 elements materials to balance her small universe was the best solution to the current problem. Yang Kai quickly discovered a problem at this moment. It was taking too long. Refining materials was not something that could be done overnight. One would require a lot of time to refine a set of 7th-order materials, let alone Zhang Ruo Shi, who was only in the 7th-order open heaven realm. Furthermore, even if this set of 5 elements materials were truly refined, it still wouldn't be sufficient. In order to balance the yin and yang element power that she took in, many sets of 5 elements materials would be required. Yang Kai estimated it would take Zhang Ruo Shi at least 10 years to reach a state of balance. 10 years was quite a long time, and in this kind of unstable situation, many things could go wrong, any one of which could put her in grave danger. The power from these two was akin to a pair of giant blades hanging above her head, at risk of falling at any moment. However, if Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could take back their powers, then all these issues could be resolved. Martial Peak, Chapter 5677, Harmonizing Yin and Yang. Big Brother Huang, though somewhat uneasy, still had his sight intact. After just a glance at the situation inside Zhang Ruoxi's small universe, he shook his head and said, "No, our powers have already completely merged into her small universe. If we were to extract them, it would be akin to tearing out her heritage, causing her great harm. But having too much pure power is not a good thing either," Yang Kai thought in his heart. The powers of yin and yang from the moon's serene glimmer and the sun's burning light were the most primitive and purest in the universe. Because of their purity, they did not need much refining. So the moment they flowed into Zhang Ruoxi's small universe, they immediately merged with it, breaking the balance and leaving Big Brother Huang helpless. While they were conversing, Yang Kai watched intently. The imbalance in Ruoxi's small universe had reached a critical point, and the powers of the yin and yang were still continually surging in all directions. At this moment, she could still barely suppress it, but as time passed, Ruoxi would not be able to keep it under control. Even with the soul-warming lotus protecting her mind, it would be of no use. The root of her crisis lay in her small universe, and her mind was only affected as a result. The best way to suppress and seal a small universe was with a world tree clone. With it, Ruoxi's current crisis could be instantly resolved. Yang Kai had a clone on him, but it was integrated into his own small universe. Even if he was willing to give it to her, it would be impossible for Zhang Ruoxi to refine it in time, as the process would involve purging the pieces of Yang Kai's small universe before planting it into her own. This was not a simple or quick process and would also require a lot of concentration, which she could not spare at the moment. Is there really nothing we can do? If we don't find a way to completely suppress the powers of yin and yang inside of her, Ruoxi's life will be in danger. In his anxious state, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea and immediately advised her, "Activate your bloodline power and see if you can suppress it." If there was any other power in the world that could suppress the burning light and the serene glimmer's powers, it would only be the bloodline power of Heaven's Order. As a seventh-order open heaven realm master, Ruoxi's cultivation allowed her to control thousands of small stone ray soldiers to form a fourth-order 9 palaces formation. She did this by relying only on her own bloodline power. Furthermore, these small stone ray soldiers could almost be considered as extensions of the powers from Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. In Yang Kai's theory, Heaven's Order was akin to the matriarch of the Divine Spirit family. The strange incident between Ruoxi and Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan during their first encounter suggested that this was true. Ruoxi taking in their 2 powers was likely due to her bloodline unconsciously guiding her. Given this, the Heaven's Order bloodline should be able to handle the current situation. Even if it couldn't completely suppress the 2 powers, it could at least calm things down. Just as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, Ruoxi immediately activated her bloodline power. In the illusory phantom of her small universe, a blurry female figure appeared. When this figure emerged, the powers of yin and yang, which had been rampaging and causing damage to her small universe, seemed to be drawn inexplicably towards the figure from all directions. As Yang Kai watched, the yellow and blue lights that had filled the entire small universe receded like a tide, flowing into the illusory woman's body. This woman, who symbolized Heaven's Order's bloodline, was just as Yang Kai remembered her from their last encounter. She hung her head low, her hair flowing freely as she held a giant greatsword in her hands. Although she was a woman, she exuded an awe-inspiring aura, as though she could stand firm even if the heavens and earth were to collapse around her. When the most primitive powers of yin and yang surged into her, her body immediately emitted a light where the 2 colors intersected. The colors grew brighter and brighter until they reached a dazzling peak that resonated deeply with Yang Kai. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him absent-mindedly. He had traveled far and wide, and witnessed the beauty and wonder of countless people and worlds, but the sight before him was beyond words. The woman who manifested the Heaven's Order bloodline behind her opened a pair of brightly shining wings. One side was blue and the other yellow, with the colors flowing freely like water, sometimes turning yellow into blue, and other times the opposite. The edge of the wings was blurred with light, and at this moment, the powers of yin and yang blended and fused, no longer violent, but exuding a vital aura of unparalleled harmony and beauty. Yang Kai was struck by many insights and epiphanies at this moment and would benefit greatly if he were to enter retreat to cultivate at this moment. But he knew this was not the time for that. He had to suppress those feelings and continue to focus on Ruoxi's condition. Beside him, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were completely stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. The problem of their powers being unable to blend and constantly colliding with each other was suddenly resolved at this moment. The shock they felt was no less than being punched hard in the face, and they were left in a state of stunned amazement. "Who is she?" Big Sister Lan couldn't help but turn her head and ask Yang Kai. Her curiosity was piqued by this existence who had the power to reconcile the powers of Xiao Huang and herself, so she knew she was certainly not any ordinary being. For countless years, they remained in the chaotic, dead territory, unable to leave. This was not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. According to ancient legend, they were the progenitors of all divine spirits, a myth that had been distorted and exaggerated over time. However, there was another legend that held true. They were the embodiments of destruction. Since their birth, they were incomplete and unable to control their powers with precision. Leaving the chaotic dead territory would result in a catastrophic explosion of yin and yang, laying waste to all things, living or dead. Back in the early days, the chaotic dead territory was not as vast as it was now. Many great territories were destroyed over the years, the boundary walls between them torn down, leading to the creation of the current, extremely large chaotic dead territory. These two ancient beings scattered their power throughout the territory, retaining only a fraction of it to transform into their present forms, two small children, and allowing Yang Kai to stand before them and communicate with them. If they were in their true, complete forms, Yang Kai would not have the privilege of standing here as he would have been vaporized by the violent yin and yang powers they innately gave off long ago. But suddenly, they witnessed their powers being balanced and stabilized by some outside force. This was simply an occurrence that they had never dared imagine. Yang Kai stood mesmerized, staring at the figure before him that was adorned with wings of two different hues. However, after Zhang Ruo, she activated her own Heaven's Order bloodline power. The yin and yang element powers no longer rampaged. The small universe that was in constant flux and at risk of rupture had also stabilized. Then, her expression slowly eased. Now, all that was left was to refine a large quantity of the five elements materials to rebalance her small universe. This crisis was finally over. Yang Kai let out a long sigh as he pondered how to answer Big Sister Lan's question. After some hesitation, he spoke up, "Do you still remember the last time we discussed the concept of a medicinal catalyst?" Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. Over the years, they had tried to merge, but yin and yang were inherently opposed and simply could not mix. They always felt like something was missing, so they had no choice but to give up. However, when Yang Kai came over last time, the idea of a medicinal catalyst came up. In alchemy, herbs of opposing nature could be combined in a furnace and refined into a spirit pill by using an appropriate catalyst that could reconcile the incompatible properties. If Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were compared to two types of herbs with opposing natures, then the missing ingredient they lacked was undoubtedly the medicinal catalyst. Zhang Ruoxi's Heaven's Order bloodline was the catalyst that could harmonize their opposing forces. This was not surprising, as the Heaven's Order bloodline was descended from the matriarch of the Divine Spirit family. Even though Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had extremely high status in that family, they still couldn't resist the guidance of the matriarch. Big Brother Huang immediately caught on and his eyes lit up. "She's the catalyst?" Yang Kai nodded. Big Sister Lan, on the other hand, was extremely puzzled. "What kind of bloodline does she possess? Why have I never heard of her before? And how is she able to do this?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai explained, I mentioned the primordial light earlier. After stripping you two away, the primordial light crashed into a barren land, and its radiance dispersed, evolving into countless divine spirits. That piece of land became the ancestral land of the divine spirits. However, after the primordial light dissipated, there was still a blurry figure left behind. This little brother was unable to tell what that figure was at the time, and could not judge what it represented, but that blurry figure resembled a human. Somehow, that figure must have merged with the human race. Thus, the human race inherited its bloodline from generation to generation. This bloodline has experienced countless years of inheritance, gradually becoming thin and weak. The later generations have long forgotten the glory of their ancestor, until Ruashi's generation when this bloodline began to gradually awaken. This bloodline is called the Heaven's Order bloodline, and in the primordial light, it undoubtedly holds a special position. The divine spirits were the scattered light that evolved from the collision of the primordial light with the ancestral land. Even the burning light and the serene glimmer were just the powers stripped from the primordial light at an earlier time. In comparison, the appearance of that figure after the collision with the ancestral land was no small matter. The primordial darkness of the universe gave birth to Mo, and the primordial light evolved into the divine spirits, including the burning light and serene glimmer, and even heaven's order. If the primordial light were to be divided into 10 parts, the divine spirits would account for 3 parts, the burning light and the serene glimmer 3 parts, and heaven's order 4 parts. In terms of status, that figure was second only to the true body of Mo according to this hypothesis. When Yang Kai brought Zhang Ruashi to the chaotic dead territory to meet Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he did not expect such a significant discovery. He just thought that since the Heaven's Order bloodline was like the matriarch of the Divine Spirit family, there might be some unexpected gains after she met these two. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5678, Ruashi's Condition, and now, their harvest was indeed huge. Though there were some minor accidents, everything turned out all right in the end. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's emotions were stirred for a long time. They had never heard about the Heaven's Order bloodline before, which was passed down through generations, and had the remarkable ability to harmonize the opposing yin and yang element powers. It was no wonder when they laid eyes on this woman, an involuntary sense of awe and warmth washed over them, stronger than when facing Yang Kai, a member of the Dragon Clan. It appeared that Yang Kai was right. Although they were all born from the primordial light, the Heaven's Order bloodline must hold a unique position. This was what caused the two supreme beings of the primordial era to feel differently about Zhang Ruashi. If that was the case, there might be a chance to resolve the issue that had plagued them for countless eons. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Meanwhile, Yang Kai observed Zhang Ruashi's condition in silence. She had already reached the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and now she unintentionally absorbed a massive amount of yin and yang element power. This could be her chance for a breakthrough. Though it was a perilous accident, it was also an opportunity for Zhang Ruashi after it was resolved. Thanks to her bloodline power, her refining speed became incredibly swift, rivaling even Yang Kai's. Yang Kai's speed was partly due to his solid foundation, but also due to his small universe having a world tree clone, which greatly assisted open heaven realm masters like him when they cultivated. However, each world tree clone had to come from the world tree itself, and each one required a portion of the world tree's source. Likewise, they were supported by the fortune of numerous universe worlds. Thus, they were not something that could be obtained in large quantities from the old tree. If every master had access to one, it would substantially reduce their cultivation time and hasten their advancement to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. In a mere month, Ruashi completely refined a set of 7th Order 5 elements materials. Before the Black Ink Clan's invasion, such a set of materials would have cost at least 750 million Open Heaven pills, if one could even buy them at all. In the present era, they would be even pricier, likely exceeding $1 billion. To put it plainly, Ruashi's 1 month of cultivation consumed 1 billion Open Heaven pills. If she had simply been swallowing and refining Open Heaven pills, She would never have been able to eat such an immense quantity in such a short time. What's more, even if she had refined 1 billion open heaven pills, the gains wouldn't have matched what she had now. Therefore, relatively speaking, if they had the resources, masters preferred to refine materials to enhance their small universe rather than use open heaven pills. Unfortunately, most did not have the resources, so they could only choose to refine open heaven pills to improve themselves. Yang Kai had a large reserve of cultivation resources. Mo Nai compensated him a lot of materials on behalf of the Black Ink clan last time, most of which he had handed over to the Supreme Headquarters for the human armies to use, but he had still reserved some for himself. With his cultivation reaching the peak of the 8th Order realm, Yang Kai no longer needed to deliberately cultivate. Technically, these resources were useless in his hands right now, so he was more than willing to use them to resolve Ruoxi's current crisis. After Ruoxi finished refining a set of 7th Order materials, Yang Kai took out another set and handed it to her, allowing her to continue. With the increase in 5 elements powers, the imbalance of Ruoxi's small universe was gradually fixed. The most obvious indication was the 2 colored wings behind the Heaven's Order figure gradually dimming. It was a sign that the powers of Yin and Yang had been completely absorbed and merged into Ruoxi's small universe. As her small universe's heritage increased, its boundary walls also showed signs of reaching their limit. Once this limit was broken through, it would be time for Ruoxi to advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. At that time, her entire small universe would greatly expand, and Ruoxi's heritage would also increase significantly. 12 years passed by in a flash. The Heaven's Order figure in Ruoxi's small universe had all but faded away, and the 2 colored wings behind it had almost disappeared. By refining a large amount of 5 elements materials, her small universe was once again balanced. In it, wind and clouds stirred. Ruoxi was surrounded by an extremely strong world force, and her own aura had already heightened to its peak, a sign of an impending breakthrough. Sir. Ruoxi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai for help. You will advance to the 8th Order today. Just calm your mind and break through. I will stand guard for you. Yang Kai comforted her. Zhang Ruoxi nodded gently, and her uneasy mood immediately calmed down, allowing her to focus on dealing with the changes in her small universe. A few days later, with a final infusion of 5 elements power, the powers of Yin and Yang were devoured completely and the Heaven's Order figure disappeared. Zhang Ruoxi had increased her small universe's heritage greatly and finally crossed the threshold. From the depths of her soul, there seemed to be a cracking sound. Ruoxi's body trembled slightly, and her peak 7th Order aura suddenly soared. At the same time, the original boundaries of her small universe broke, and the already maximized territory quickly expanded like a blown-up balloon. Within the small universe, the sky trembled and the wind and clouds swirled in constant transformation. Large swaths of new territory begin to appear, at first chaotic, but gradually evolving and harmonizing with the powers of the 7 elements, becoming part of her small universe. Yang Kai remained vigilant, but he wasn't worried. Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough was a seamless and stable process, devoid of any signs of instability. As long as she remained focused, her breakthrough posed no real risks. Advancement in the open heaven realm carried a certain degree of danger. Without a sturdy foundation, rushing a breakthrough could lead to unforeseen complications during the expansion of one's small universe. For example, some of the newly formed territory might not have fully evolved and instead retain their initially chaotic state. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly have a profound impact on a person. It could cause anything from minor damage to total collapse of their small universe, which would end in their demise. Ruoxi did not face such risks as she had a solid foundation, coupled with her unique bloodline. As a result, the new territories swiftly evolved into thriving lands. Yang Kai had undergone numerous breakthroughs in the past, but he had only sought to enhance his strength without paying much attention to the process itself. However, this time, as Ruoxi's protector and witnessing the various transformations of her small universe, he experienced a unique sense of enlightenment. It was commonly believed that Mo had reached the creation realm that stood above the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. However, no one could adequately explain what the creation realm was, not even Tsang nor Wu Kuang. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was rather that they did not know how, for they had never reached that realm. Yang Kai used to believe that the creation realm referred to the ability to create life from nothing. The Black Ink Clan was a creation of Mo, who was capable of producing such terrifying existences such as the Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods. The title of creator was certainly well-deserved. For all Black Ink Clansmen, Mo was their creator. Throughout the universe, the only existence of a similar level of power as Mo was the primordial light. The primordial light had stripped itself of its yin and yang elements to create the serene glimmer and burning light. Its innumerable points of light produced countless divine spirits. In other words, it possessed the power of creation. But was that really the power of the creation realm? At a fundamental level, the Black Ink Clan was merely a peculiar extension of Mo's power, which meant Mo did not truly create life from nothingness. Whether it was the Black Ink Clan soldiers or the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, without Mo's power, they had no basis for existence. Are the divine spirits not technically an extension of the power of the primordial light? Is that all there is to the creation realm? Or am I misunderstanding something? According to this logic, when a cultivator reached the peak of the Emperor realm, they would begin to condense their own grand Tao into a Tao seal, refine the power of the 7 elements, and use that as a foundation to split heaven and earth apart within their bodies, creating their own small universe. So, in a way, didn't every open heaven realm master have creation force? However, those small universes were truly born out of nothingness rather than the extension of the master's power. It was created by the harmonious balance of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Didn't this mean that all open heaven realm masters possessed the means of using creation force? Where did this power come from, and what distinguished reaching the open heaven realm from the creation realm? Yang Kai suddenly found himself deeply lost in thought, questioning his own grand Tao and exploring an unknown domain. When one's strength was meager, it was difficult to ponder over these things, as their sole focus was to advance to a higher realm and get stronger. But when one had reached their pinnacle and stood at a lofty height, many doubts involuntarily arose. Yang Kai had a vague feeling that if he could understand the answers to these questions, he might discover something incredible. However, his deep contemplation bordered on questioning his very existence. Though he remained standing in the same spot, it was as if he had entered another universe. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan immediately noticed something was amiss and turned their heads towards him. Big Brother Huang even called out to him a few times, finally allowing Yang Kai to be jolted back to reality, where he promptly broke out into a cold sweat. The momentary doubt that had risen in him had caused him to doubt his own grand Tao, and it even resulted in his small universe shaking, triggering what felt like an earthquake in Void World. This was highly abnormal. After all, his small universe had a world tree clone to stabilize and protect it. Additionally, his small universe was firm and flawless, impervious to external forces. Even during his battle with a royal lord, his small universe had never trembled. However, though his world tree clone could resist external forces, it could not prevent internal turmoil. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a chill shoot up his spine. If he had continued to linger in that kind of state, it would have inevitably caused immense damage to himself. Though the open heaven realm method of the human race was not flawless, it was the fundamental basis for their rise to power and had been inherited for countless millennia. Before his strength and realm had reached a certain level, it was necessary to be more cautious about such ponderings. Yang Kai was forced to reflect on this matter in silence. Martial Peak, Chapter 5679, Consideration. After several more days, Zhang Ruoxi's small universe finally settled, and she succeeded in her breakthrough. Her small universe had grown significantly in both volume and territory, and her aura had reached the esteemed level of an 8th-order open heaven realm master. It was a sight that left Yang Kai in awe, marveling at the unique wonder of her Heaven's Order bloodline that allowed her to overcome the innate limitations of the open heaven realm method. Without this exceptional gift, Ruoxi's martial Tao would have hit a ceiling at the peak of the 7th Order. This realization stirred up a twinge of envy in Yang Kai, who was still struggling to ascend to the Ninth Order realm. However, he needn't worry about what came next for Ruo Shi. With her successful ascension to the Eighth Order, all she needed to do was to enter retreat for a period to consolidate her newfound strength. As she continued to cultivate, her small universe's heritage would grow stronger, and its territory would expand endlessly until it reached another limit. By then, she should be able to break through once again. Only then would she be able to enter the Ninth Order realm. Yang Kai turned to the two others and said, "I too must enter retreat for a while. Please look after Ruo Shi while I'm gone." Big Brother Huang nodded and replied, "There's no need for you to worry." After bowing to them in gratitude, Yang Kai left a vast amount of 5 elements materials for Ruo Shi to use. She no longer needed yin and yang element materials. After all, with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan here, how could she possibly lack them? After settling everything with Ruo Shi, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and left to find a broken universe fragment in the void far away, where he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Ruo Shi's breakthrough had given him much to ponder over, and he needed to enter retreat to reflect on what he witnessed. But, with the lesson from before, he had to pay more attention and care to himself. This retreat wasn't just about improving his cultivation, but also a moment for him to explore his own grand Tao and ponder over the mysteries of the creation realm. Time flew by quickly in the desolate void. After a few years, Zhang Ruo Shi awakened to find her new Eighth Order open heaven realm cultivation had barely stabilized. Upon discovering that Yang Kai had also gone into retreat, she couldn't help feeling a sense of disappointment. But soon, she was swept up in a grand and wondrous plan by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. After witnessing Zhang Ruo Shi's ability to harmonize their yin and yang powers, the two of them secretly concocted this plan, knowing that its success would have profound significance for themselves and the human race. Although they had only just met, there was no sense of estrangement among these three, as if they were all part of the same family. Even Ruo Shi was caught off guard, realizing only later that these two were the legendary sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. But, looking at their youthful appearances and demeanor, she found it hard to see them as supreme beings from the primordial era, so she decided to treat them like children. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were quite pleased with her decision. They performed a small experiment, and it proved to be completely feasible. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were so happy that they almost shed tears of joy. But, although the plan was workable, it was difficult to implement at the moment because Ruo Shi's strength was still lacking. She needed to become much stronger before they could perfectly execute their idea. So, the two primordial era supremes urged her to cultivate. Fortunately, before Yang Kai went into retreat, he left behind a lot of 5 elements materials. Ruo Shi had some reserves of her own as well, which prevented her from being in the embarrassing situation of not having enough resources. Ordinary masters usually cultivated by building up the heritage of their small universe, and even if they chose to refine materials, they needed to consume complete sets of 7 elements. But in the chaotic dead territory, with the assistance of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, Ruo Shi did not need to go through this trouble. She only needed to refine materials of the 5 elements. As for the yin and yang element powers, it was easy to draw them from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. It was the utmost primal and pure power that was difficult for anyone in this world to resolve and harmonize. But that issue was completely resolved thanks to her Heaven's Order bloodline. This meant that Zhang Ruo Shi had to refine 2 fewer materials than other masters, saving her nearly 30% of her cultivation time. That was a terrifying improvement in efficiency. To advance from the 8th Order to the 9th Order required on average 10,000 years of accumulation, so a 30% reduction could easily save some 3,000 years of arduous effort. In the chaotic dead territory, while Yang Kai was in retreat to reflect on his various epiphanies, Ruo Shi also entered retreat to cultivate. Meanwhile, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan took turns infusing her small universe with their power. They were careful not to overdo it so that Zhang Ruo Shi would not be overwhelmed again. In their spare time, they also trained a large army of small stone ray soldiers for Yang Kai. Previously, they had only trained them to pass the time. From the primordial era to the present, this was the only game that relieved their boredom. But now that they had Zhang Shi, they had something to look forward to, a hope for the future. Time passed by quickly, and soon an entire century had gone by. In the void, Yang Kai opened his eyes with a look of confusion. The more he pondered, the more he found himself unable to grasp the essence of the Grand Tao. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the days when he was not as powerful, when all he had to do was focus on increasing his strength. But now, he had to embark on a quest to uncover the true nature of the Grand Tao and heavenly way. And on this slow and arduous path of the martial Tao, the higher he stood and the more he saw, the more lost he felt. Letting out a light sigh, Yang Kai ceased his ruminations. He knew that his confusion stemmed from not standing high enough. Perhaps after ascending to the ninth order, things would change for him. After spending 100 years in retreat, he had some gains. He had contemplated much about his own Grand Taos and the creation realm, but for now, those insights were of no use. Yang Kai, come over here. Big Brother Huang's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Clearly, he had sensed that Yang Kai had ended his retreat. Feeling his urgency, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, fearing that something might have happened to Zhang Ruoxi. So, he urged space principles and stepped forward, arriving at Big Brother Huang's side as he asked, "What happened?" Before his eyes, Ruoxi sat cross-legged, refining materials to enhance her small universe heritage. Her aura was calm, and there was no trace of abnormality. Compared to 100 years ago, her aura was noticeably denser, a sign of her growing strength. Big Brother Huang asked, "Do you have any more 5 elements materials? Bring them all out." Glancing at the illusory Heaven's Order phantom behind Ruoxi's small universe, Yang Kai realized what was happening. Are you two helping Ruoxi cultivate? He had a considerable amount of 5 elements materials in his possession, originally prepared for his own future ninth order advancement, but now that Ruoxi needed them, he would not be stingy. He secretly felt that bringing Ruoxi to the chaotic dead territory was the right decision. At least with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's help, her growth would surely accelerate. If only he had another world tree clone for her, that would be even better. Unfortunately, the old tree was not in good shape at the moment. Last time he had asked for 3 world tree clone seedlings, which was already the limit. If he were to ask again, it would be asking for too much. Given all the 5 elements materials he had, it would be enough for Ruoxi to cultivate for thousands of years. So Yang Kai handed them all to Big Brother Huang, saying, "I'll figure out a way to get some more and send them over later." Big Brother Huang nodded in acceptance. Yang Kai glanced at Ruoxi once more and said, "I'll leave Ruoxi to Big Brother and Big Sister. I still need to look after the human race and cannot stay here for long. Farewell." Big Sister Lan reassured him, "Rest assured, she will be safe here." At present, the greatest danger was the Black Ink clan. However, since suffering a catastrophic defeat in the chaotic dead territory, they dared not set foot in here again. Under normal circumstances, they would not even approach the chaotic dead territory for fear of provoking the 2 supreme beings inside. Yang Kai responded with a nod. When he was ready to leave, Ruoxi suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Sir, wait." Yang Kai paused to look at her as Ruoxi said, "I still have to return this item to you, sir." Saying so, she activated her power, and a 7-colored lotus flower flew out from her forehead. It was the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai had lent her before. "Sir, you are constantly traveling outside, facing many dangers. You must be careful," she reminded him. In response, Yang Kai nodded, took the soul-warming lotus, and smiled. "You should continue to cultivate here. When you reach the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm one day, we shall fight the enemy together." Ruoxi obediently nodded. After a moment of watching Yang Kai leave, Ruoxi sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine 5 elements materials to enhance herself. In the world of masters, there were always many farewells. Perhaps a seemingly ordinary separation would be a permanent one, especially in the current environment. To avoid such a situation, one could only become stronger, because only through sufficient strength could one protect those they cared for. After leaving the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai did not linger and returned directly to the Supreme Headquarters. As soon as he exchanged a few words with Mi Jingluan, who was overseeing the situation, Yang Kai learned that the various battlefields had remained much the same over the years, allowing him to relax slightly. In fact, whether it was the human race or the Black Ink clan, they were both in the process of accumulating strength. On the human side, due to the output of talents from the Star Boundary, Myriad Monsters world, and even Yang Kai's small universe, high-rank Open Heavens Realm Masters were emerging one after another. This was especially so for rising stars who directly ascended to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm during these past years. Many of them had already entered the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm and had been in this realm for a few years. As for the battles on the various battlefields, that had not slowed down their cultivation speed. On the contrary, the repeated life and death stimulation tempered their willpower and endurance, allowing them to constantly make breakthroughs and improve. It was estimated that it would not take long before the first of the rising stars of the human race saw the hope of advancing to the 9th Order. The Black Ink clan was the same. There were many new territory lords, more than the 8th Order masters. This was also inevitable. After all, Black Ink clansmen could be created from Black Ink nests, leading their numbers to surpass those of the human race. Among the billions of Black Ink clansmen, there would always be some lucky ones whose strength improved rapidly. A tacit understanding between the two races had been achieved. Now, it only remained to be seen which side could outpace the other, allowing them to seize the initiative. According to the statistics of the Supreme Headquarters, the human race did not have much of an advantage. Overall, it was easier for the Black Ink clan to cultivate than the humans. In the future, the Black Ink clan might be able to create royal lords earlier than the human race. The only advantage of the human race lay in their greater individual strength, their intelligence, and their will to resist. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5680, Finally Free. In the Grand Hall of the Supreme Headquarters, Mi Jingluan let out a deep sigh as he spoke. Our most pressing concern, junior brother, is the scarcity of resources. Despite the accumulation of the cave heavens and paradises over the years, our people are trapped in just a handful of great territories now. Our access to essential resources has been severely limited, especially now with the explosive increase of Open Heaven Realm Masters. Their cultivation demands an abundance of resources that our stockpiles simply cannot sustain. Even with all the things you brought back last time, it barely made a dent in the shortfall needed to construct the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The problem of resource scarcity can only be solved by either increasing our resources or reducing our consumption. But we are cultivators. Our cultivation and healing require resources, so how can we reduce our consumption? If we were to do so, how could we expect our soldiers to fight fiercely on the battlefield? We must devise alternative strategies. Over the years, the military merits required by the Army's supply department to exchange for resources have been increasing every year. Take the simplest 4th Order materials, for example. The military merits required to exchange for one have increased by 20% compared to a millennium ago. To make matters worse, some ignorant fools, the managers and commanders, are unaware of the high cost of goods and come to me, their senior brother, at the Supreme Headquarters to clamor for a reduction in price for them. Ouyang Lai was the one he was referring to, and Yang Kai knew about this matter as well. Ouyang Lai even sent someone to relay a message to him, saying that the prices for resources in the Army's supply department were abnormal, and requested that he talk to Mi Jingluan about it. H.A. Mi Jingluan sighed again. Do you think I don't want to reduce the prices? I just can't simply do so. The military merits that our soldiers earn are priceless, paid for with their own lives. If there was a possibility, how could we, the Supreme Headquarters, do such a thing? We just can't achieve two opposing goals at the same time. As for increasing our resource sources, there are only two ways for our human race to do so. One is to mine them from the new Great Territory, and the other is to loot the Black Ink clan. But the resources in the new Great Territory are also limited. After so many years of mining, they may not last much longer. Although looting the Black Ink clan's convoys is a profitable enterprise, it also entails enormous risks, and the amount we can get each time is not stable. In the past, although there were many open heaven realm masters in the 3,000 worlds, there were not many in the high rank. They were always exclusive to the cave heavens and paradises, and those who had successfully cultivated to the high-rank open heaven realm were sent generation after generation to the Black Ink battlefield to fight against the Black Ink clan, resulting in countless casualties. Overall, the resources flowing through the market in the 3,000 worlds were more than sufficient for humans to use. But now, the situation had changed. The human race was confined to just a dozen or so great territories, and the channels for obtaining resources had decreased greatly, while the number of high-rank open heaven real masters had increased exponentially. This increase in demand and decrease in supply resulted in a substantial deficit in resources. Although the various cave heavens and paradises had offered up their reserves, they would not be able to sustain themselves for much longer. After hearing Mi Jingluan's complaint, Yang Kai realized the gravity of the situation. Though the issue of materials had long plagued the human race, he had never given it much thought until now that it had become a pressing matter that demanded immediate attention. If one day the humans were to run out of supplies, the consequences would be dire. Senior brother, if I may ask, do you have a solution? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Mi Jingluan replied, I've given it some thought. The only way to resolve this is to seek resources outside. You have a direct route to the Black Ink battlefield, right? I'd like to request that you send some people there to gather resources. The resources on the Black Ink battlefield were abundant. Within the countless dead universe worlds lay many precious resources waiting to be extracted. If they could successfully harvest them, it would greatly ease the pressure on the humans' demand for supplies. I can do that. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. It's settled then. I'll send people over when the time comes. But senior brother, we'll need some masters to support us if we're going to the Black Ink battlefield. That is still the Black Ink clan's territory, so if the mining teams encounter them, they will be at serious risk without enough masters to protect them. I'll take that into consideration, Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. Then, senior brother, I'll wait for your message, Yang Kai said as he rose from his seat. Leaving the Supreme Headquarters, Yang Kai did not venture far, choosing instead to head to profound Nether territory. However, since the agreement he made with Six Arms, the battle in profound Nether territory had not been as intense as before. After all, the territory lords and Eighth Order masters were banned from fighting. Without the clash of such masters from both sides, the battles in profound Nether territory were relatively tame. At most, skirmishes between the feudal lords and Seventh Order open heaven realm masters took place. Rising stars from both sides continued to make a name for themselves and hone their skills on this battlefield, but for someone like Yang Lai, an Eighth Order master, life had become unbearably dull. Forbidden from interfering in battles, but required to remain stationed in profound Nether territory as a precaution, Yang Lai had grown bored to the point of desperation over the past few millennia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken an interest in the army's logistic affairs at all. He had even requested to be transferred to other great territories like Azure Sun territory, where Eighth Order masters could participate in battles, only to be rejected by Mi Jingluan time and time again. Yang Lai was so infuriated that he considered cutting ties with Mi Jingluan and even vented his frustration by insulting him in front of others at the Supreme Headquarters. When he saw Yang Kai coming, Yang Lai's eyes filled with tears as he clamored for Yang Kai to leave his seal on the transfer order. The main reason Yang Lai hadn't been transferred from profound Nether territory for all these years was that Yang Kai was like an elusive dragon, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Yang Kai, as the army commander of the profound Nether army, had Yang Lai as his subordinate general. Even if the Supreme Headquarters wanted to mobilize manpower from the profound Nether army, they would need to go through Yang Kai. Otherwise, what would be the point of having an army commander? Mi Jingluan had previously told Yang Lai that as long as he could receive Yang Kai's seal on the transfer order document, the Supreme Headquarters would have no objections. But where and how could Yang Lai find Yang Kai? Previously, Yang Kai had been in retreat at the World Tree, so it was not convenient to disturb him. That retreat lasted for some 2,000 years. It was not until Yang Lai heard the news that Yang Kai had finally ended his retreat that he rushed back to the star boundary, only to find that Yang Kai had already left. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai appeared in front of him right now. Yang Lai was so grateful that he took out the transfer order document that was long prepared and stared at Yang Kai with an attitude that indicated, if you don't agree, I'll die in front of you. Yang Kai looked at the contents of the transfer order document and frowned slightly, his expression inexplicable. After a long time, he sighed, Senior Brother Yang, are you sure you want to leave profound nether territory? Absolutely. I can't stand this damned place anymore, he exclaimed, just looking at what he had been doing for the past 3,000 years. All he did was patrol various forward outposts each day, give speeches to newly arrived soldiers, and then drink until he was thoroughly drunk. He was even bored enough to go to the Black Ink clan and argue with the Six Arms and the other territory lords. These boring and miserable days were nothing compared to charging into battles and killing enemies. Before Yang Kai made an agreement with the Black Ink clan, though the situation in the profound Nether Army was dire, at least they were living boldly and valiantly. For a hot-blooded man like him, even if his life ended in battle, it would still be preferable to a life of obscurity and insignificance. With that said, Yang Lai added, Junior brother, please do not misunderstand me. I am not dissatisfied with you, nor am I dissatisfied with the profound Nether Army. It's just that this environment isn't quite suitable for me. Ever since I joined the Black Ink battlefield all those years ago, I haven't experienced such idle days. Time just crawls by here. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. I understand. In that case, Senior Brother Yang, please go. Saying so, he stamped his seal onto the transfer order. Yang Lai immediately smiled and snatched the document, scanning it before cheering, I'm finally free. It was as if a prisoner, who had been trapped for years, had regained his freedom. Yang Lai pocketed the document and cupped his fist to Yang Kai. Junior brother, I'll be reporting to the Supreme Headquarters now. Take care of yourself. I'm sure we'll fight together again someday. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Lai couldn't wait to turn and leave. He didn't want to spend another moment in profound Nether territory. He cried out joyously in his heart, Azure Sun territory, here I come. And his laughter echoed into the distance. Watching Yang Lai's departing figure, Yang Kai sighed. In life, there would always be unexpected disappointments. Senior Brother Yang's departure would likely not bring him the satisfaction he hoped for. After bidding farewell to Yang Lai, Yang Kai concealed his aura and figure before wandering around profound Nether territory to investigate its situation. With his current cultivation, as well as his proficiency in the Tao of Space, he could easily avoid detection even from the innate territory lords if he was careful enough. Profound Nether territory was unremarkable. Everything was just as it was when he left so many years ago, except that the number of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had significantly increased. Without staying long in profound Nether territory, Yang Kai returned to the Supreme Headquarters a few days later to await further orders. Mi Jingluan was quick to prepare, and within a month, everything was ready. When Yang Kai arrived at the main square, he saw that tens of thousands of soldiers had already gathered. However, these soldiers were quite different from the norm. Many of them had either gray or white hair, and although they didn't look particularly old, they certainly weren't young. Their cultivation levels were also generally low, with most of them at the 4th or 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, some even at the 3rd Order. Yang Kai understood immediately that these were the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were born in the early days and their current cultivation had already reached their innate limit. Such a cultivation would be ineffective on the various battlefields, as they would be very vulnerable to corruption from the Black Ink strength. Thus, they were typically assigned to logistics roles. This group of people would have limited usefulness in combat. However, if they were brought to the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources, that wouldn't pose any hindrance. It was clear that Mi Jingluan had considered this issue thoroughly, which was why he had summoned this group of people, wanting Yang Kai to escort them to the Black Ink battlefield. Martial Peak, Chapter 5681, Selfishness. Apart from the thousands who were responsible for mining or sourcing resources, 9 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were standing among them. These were the veterans from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, all of whom had participated in the battles on the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai respectfully greeted these elders, acknowledging their vital role in protecting the ones tasked with mining the dangerous Black Ink battlefield. While 9 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not seem like enough, the nature of this mission required a discreet approach. Their presence was only a precaution for any unforeseen circumstances, not to start a conflict with the Black Ink clan. Too large and powerful a force would draw unwanted attention, and it would also affect the deployment of the human race army on the various other battlefields. Junior brother Yang, we're counting on you, Mi Jing Luin nonchalantly instructed. Senior brother may rest assured. With a nod, Mi Jing Luin turned to address the thousands of low-rank cultivators. They knew their mission, and even though they had never set foot on the Black Ink battlefield before, they had heard of it and understood that it was a place where the blood of their ancestors had been shed in defense of their people. While this was not a crusade, how successful they were in amassing resources would play a big role in determining the fate of the human race. Thus, there was no killing intent, but there was still a heavy solemnity in the air. In a sense, going to the Black Ink battlefield to gather resources was another kind of battle, and the stakes were just as high. Soon enough, Yang Kai and the 9 Eighth Order veterans opened their small universes, allowing the thousands of cultivators to enter in an orderly fashion. As the preparations were finalized, Mi Jing Luin quietly informed Yang Kai of a separate mission. Junior brother, Brother O Yang has already gone ahead to the Black Prison. When you meet him there, you don't have to say too much. Just take him to Black Ink battlefield and the others will explain the situation to him. Yang Kai was taken aback as he commented, I thought Senior Brother O Yang had already gone to Azure Sun territory. He hadn't seen O Yang lie in the square just now, but it seemed his guess from before was wrong. Mi Jing Luin had obviously arranged for O Yang Lai to be part of this operation without giving the latter any prior information. Of course, if O Yang Lai knew about the mission beforehand, he probably would have refused. He had left the profound Nether Army because he was tired of the dull and boring days, and he craved excitement and battle. Guarding profound Nether territory was not fundamentally different from watching over the teams extracting resources on the Black Ink battlefield. The former was influenced by the agreement between the two races, which forbade the Eighth Order Open Heaven Masters from interfering in battles except in 6 Great Territory battlefields. As for the latter, success depended highly on stealth and evading detection from the Black Ink clan. Comparing the two, life would possibly be even harder for Ouyang Lai on the Black Ink battlefield than in profound Nether territory. Mi Jing Luin let out a sigh. I know what his thoughts are, but after thousands of life and death battles, he has accumulated too many dark injuries that can't be healed. If he could advance to the Ninth Order, it would be all right, but he has no hope of doing so in this lifetime. Those hidden wounds are constantly sapping away his vitality, so he shouldn't participate in fights against the masters of the Black Ink clan anymore. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before saying, Senior Brother Ouyang will definitely blame you later. In response, Mi Jing Luin smiled wryly. Let him blame me all he wants. It's just my own selfishness. So many of our old friends are gone forever, with more leaving us every day. Someone needs to stay alive to witness the day when the human race triumphs. Yang Kai said, Rest assured, Senior Brother Mi. The younger generation has risen to the challenge and can take over the banner from the seniors to resist the Black Ink clan. As for that day, it will come sooner or later. He turned around and bowed, continuing, Take care, Senior Brother Mi. I hope you and Senior Brother Ouyang can witness that glorious moment together. Good. Mi Jing Luin smiled. Farewell. Yang Kai cupped his fist, turned around, and flew away, followed closely by the 9 Eighth Order Masters. Under Yang Kai's guidance, they passed through various great territories, each using their own secret techniques to conceal their auras. This time, they were going to the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources, unlike the last time when they went to the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. There were too many Eighth Order Masters on that occasion, nearly 400, so Yang Kai couldn't protect them all when traveling through the Hidden Void Corridor. As a result, they had to transit through the No-Return Pass and could not conceal their movements. However, this time they had to be as stealthy as possible. Otherwise, if the Black Ink clan discovered their movements, it was highly likely that something unexpected might occur. On the way, they encountered some black ink clansmen, but there were no elite combatants around guarding them, making it impossible for the enemy to detect Yang Kai and the others' movements. They hurried all the way to Black Territory. Currently, apart from High Heaven Territory controlled by the human race, the New Great Territory, and the Great Territory where the Supreme Headquarters was located, there were black ink clansmen in essentially every other great territory in the 3,000 worlds. However, there were two exceptions, one of which was the chaotic Dead Territory. After the Black Ink clans suffered a huge loss at the hands of the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer, they declared the chaotic Dead Territory as a forbidden zone, where even the Royal Lord dared not venture. The second exception was Black Territory, which was once abundant with stars, each containing rich cultivation materials. However, to break the early ancient era's superarray and kill the royal lord that was suppressed and sealed there, the masters of the cave heavens and paradises, along with their countless disciples, joined forces and mine out the entire Black Territory, harvesting all the resources there and simultaneously breaking the Grand Array. Now, Black Territory was empty, with nothing left but broken rubble. Although the Black Ink clan had explored the area before, they found nothing but a barren land. Thus, they did not bother deploying any forces here. But this worked out well for Yang Kai and his companions. Once they entered Black Territory, they no longer needed to hide. Under Yang Kai's lead, they rushed towards the entrance of the secret passage. Finally, after a couple of days, they arrived at their destination. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and spotted an asteroid floating nearby before calling out, "Senior Brother Yang." Yang Lai leaped out from behind the asteroid and approached Yang Kai with a grin. "You've got sharp eyes, brat. I thought I had hidden well, but you still found me." He was clearly in a good mood. Ever since he left profound Nether Territory with his transfer order in hand, he had been feeling quite content. When he noticed the 9 8th Order Masters behind Yang Kai, Yang Lai's eyes lit up as he greeted them warmly. They were all old acquaintances who had fought alongside each other on the Black Ink battlefield against the Black Ink clan. Their friendship stretched back to the days when they were cultivating in their respective sects. After some heartfelt conversation, Yang Lai eagerly asked Yang Kai, "Junior brother, why are we going to the Black Ink battlefield this time? Are we going to attack the no-return pass?" Having arrived here at Mi Jing Luan's instruction and seeing Yang Kai lead 9 veteran 8th Order Masters over, Yang Lai guessed they were up to something big. This stirred up his battle instincts that had been dormant for over 2,000 years. "I have no issue if we were to attack the no-return pass, but it seems like we are short on manpower." Yang Lai began to worry. A royal lord was guarding at the no-return pass, along with a pseudo-royal lord and many territory lords. It was going to be difficult for them to make any headway with just these few people. However, considering Yang Kai's many achievements in the past, the situation suddenly became clear to him. "I know. We're going to launch a quick raid to destroy those Black Ink nests." He was obviously excited and had a lot to say. Yang Kai did not know how to explain the situation to Yang Lai, but luckily, an old veteran who had a close relationship with Yang Lai pulled him aside and said, Yang, don't ask too much. You'll know when we get there." Yang Lai nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. Good. Let's go." Yang Kai nodded and looked around. "Please connect your auras to mine for this journey. I will do my best to protect all of you. However, this void corridor is highly turbulent. If we get separated, please don't panic, senior brothers. Just hold your ground and wait for me to find you while ensuring your own safety." All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded. "Good." Yang Kai shouted and Space Principle surged out, causing ripples to spread in front of them like a calm lake that had been disturbed by a stone. Everyone was amazed as they watched. All of them were 8th Order Open Heaven Masters and were capable of breaking the void when they exerted all their might, but none of them could manipulate it skillfully like Yang Kai did. This was the ability of someone who was proficient in the Tao of space. As the ripples spread, a noticeable difference in the void appeared ahead. With Yang Kai's continuous manipulation of space principles, a certain spot ahead of them slowly revealed the illusory phantom of a portal. Looking up, the portal looked like an abyss, chaotic and terrifying. "Stay close to me." Yang Kai urged while taking the lead to step into the portal. Following him were the 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, steadily connecting their auras with Yang Kai's. In the passageway ahead, Yang Kai broke through the barrier he had set during his previous transit while also forming a new one behind the last person of their group. If he was alone, or even with 2 or 3 people, it wouldn't have been very difficult for Yang Kai to accomplish this. However, with 10 people at once, it was a bit taxing. Fortunately, everything was still within his limits, though it was much more time-consuming than previous trips through this void corridor. Ouyang Lai and the others all had high cultivation and extensive experience, but walking through this kind of void corridor was a first for them. Still, they didn't dare to look around carelessly for fear of triggering any unnecessary accidents. By sensing their surroundings, they only perceived the chaotic void turbulence and the surging power of chaos filling the surroundings of this mysterious and unpredictable place. Even for 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves, getting lost in such a place would likely not have a good outcome. If they were lucky, they might one day find a way out, but if luck wasn't on their side, they could be trapped here for the rest of their lives. That was why they became increasingly cautious as they proceeded forward. In this peculiar environment, both time and space seemed to blur, and they lost track of how long they had been wandering until a sudden flash of light appeared in front of them. It was only now that they realized they arrived at their destination. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5682, Furious Ouyang Lai. The void rippled, and with each expanding wave, a portal gradually revealed itself. Soon after, figures emerged from the portal, one after the other. Yang Kai quickly sealed it up again, making it appear as though nothing had happened. Ouyang Lai took out a universe chart of the black ink battlefield and, after a few comparisons, he determined that they were standing somewhere in the area of the Blue Sky Theater that was once occupied by the Black Ink Clan. It was quite far from where Blue Sky Pass was originally positioned, much closer to the royal city. It was at Blue Sky Pass where Yang Kai had risen to prominence, bringing purifying light to the human race and designing the purifying black ink battleships, turning what had once been an ordinary great pass among many into a shining beacon of hope. Besides that, Yang Kai's presence allowed Blue Sky Pass to establish the first forward outpost outside of a royal city. Using the numerous universe paradises and universe cave heavens nearby, Blue Sky Pass set up numerous traps that inflicted heavy losses upon the Black Ink Clan, severely damaging the latter's foundation in the Blue Sky Theater. This victory set the stage for a crusade, with the Blue Sky Army becoming the first to conquer part of the Black Ink Clan's territory, earning it a reputation that echoed through the ages. Yang Kai also took out his universe chart and identified the direction they needed to go in, then led his 10 companions towards the depths of the void. Ouyang Lai followed behind him, completely puzzled. So he asked, "Junior brother, aren't we going in the wrong direction? The no-return pass is that way." The direction they were taking was completely different from where the no-return pass was located, leaving Ouyang Lai confused. Although Yang Kai was tempted to explain everything to him, he chose to hold his tongue, fearing the consequences. "Senior brother, please be patient. I'll explain everything once we arrive." Upon hearing that, Ouyang Lai suppressed his doubts and followed silently. Along the way, Yang Kai left several space beacons behind to be used as waypoints, knowing he would have to come back once he had escorted Ouyang Lai and the others to their destination. They passed by the royal city that was once magnificent, but was now ravaged by the previous wars. The entire universe world was in shambles and broken into numerous fragments, faintly showing the devastation from the battle millennia ago. When the Blue Sky Army had set forth on their crusade, the Black Ink Clan's forces in the Blue Sky Theater had not fully recovered, so they were left defenseless against the formidable might of Blue Sky Pass. In the end, the royal city was reduced to rubble and their army was decimated. The old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass, aided by some of the strongest 8th Order Masters, had beheaded the Royal Lord in that battle. The Royal Lord's demise marked the complete defeat of the Black Ink Clan in the Blue Sky Theater. But that was all in the past now, and Yang Kai had long since left Blue Sky Pass. When Blue Sky Pass went on its crusade, Yang Kai was leading his comrades into battle as part of the Great Evolution Army. To avoid running into teams from the Black Ink Clan who were harvesting resources, the humans had to venture deeper into the black ink battlefield. Only by putting enough distance between themselves and the enemy could they avoid any disastrous encounters. Only after a month's journey beyond where the royal city was located did Yang Kai stop and sweep the area with his divine sense. Here, there were many dead universe worlds with little evidence of mining, making it an obvious place for a fruitful harvest. "This is the spot," Yang Kai declared. The Eighth Order Masters didn't object, except for Yang Lai, who wore a dark expression and remained silent. He might be impulsive at times and not skilled in cunning schemes, but that didn't mean he was stupid. The many signs on the way here made him understand that this mission might not be as straightforward as he had imagined. There was a high chance that he got tricked by Big Head Me. While he was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already dispersed with the other 9 Eighth Order's masters. He then opened the portal of his small universe, releasing all the cultivators stored inside. Besides them, there were many warships, including 2 purifying black ink battleships. Yang Lai's suspicion grew as he took in the sight before him. The cultivators who had been released were mostly of the 4th and 5th Order Open Heaven realm, some were even in the 3rd Order, and almost all of them were elderly, not the type of lineup one would expect for a significant combat mission. It was more like they were on a retirement trip. Yang Kai turned to the Eighth Order Masters and said, "I entrust this matter to you. Here is a space beacon for each of you. Please keep it close. Every 100 years or so, I will come to find you and collect the resources you've gathered." It would be troublesome to send everything back that tens of thousands of people had mined. Only Yang Kai could handle it personally. By handing over the space beacons, it would also be convenient for him to locate them in the future. As long as they weren't too far away, Yang Kai could easily locate them and arrive instantly. The Eighth Order Masters accepted the space beacons and stored them carefully, except for Yang Lai, who was now glaring at Yang Kai with eyes spewing flames of anger. With a wry smile, Yang Kai grabbed his arm and slapped a space beacon into his hand, apologizing, "Senior Brother Yang, if you have any questions, please ask the other senior brothers later. Junior brother has other important matters to attend to and can't stay long." The truth was, he couldn't face Yang Lai's disappointment. Turning his head, he reminded other Eighth Order Masters, "If you encounter any danger that cannot be resolved, please lead everyone to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, where the suppressing Black Ink Army is stationed and Dragon Clan Senior Fu Guang is assuming command." This statement caught everyone off guard. They had never heard of the suppressing Black Ink Army and had no idea that Supreme Headquarters had made such arrangements. Moreover, they were surprised to learn that the Dragon Clan's Fu Guang, who had disappeared for so many years, was actually guarding the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction this whole time. One of the Eighth Order Master immediately nodded and said, "Junior brother may rest assured. Leave them to us, and we shall protect them. But what's this about the suppressing Black Ink Army? Can you enlighten us about it?" Everything regarding the suppressing Black Ink Army had been done in secrecy previously to prevent news from spreading and affecting the morale of the human race, but there was no harm in sharing this information with these veteran Eighth Order Masters. Yang Kai thus briefly explained the situation with the suppressing Black Ink Fortress and Army. An Eighth Order veteran suddenly realized, no wonder so many elites were reassigned from the various battlefields by the Supreme Headquarters 130 years ago. It was all to form the suppressing Black Ink Army. Another master asked with concern, "Is the situation at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction serious?" "It's still within a controllable range, and Senior Fu Guang is personally guarding that place, so there's no need to worry," Yang Kai replied. With these words, everyone was relieved. Apart from Giant Spirit God Air, who was still fighting the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the Barren Territory, Divine Dragon Fu Guang was currently the strongest master on the human race's side. Having such a master guarding the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction was indeed reassuring. A moment later, under the gaze of the Eighth Order Masters, Yang Kai took a step forward, and his figure gradually faded away. Yang Lai didn't stop him, but turned to the other Eighth Order Masters and asked through gritted teeth, "Shouldn't you all give me an explanation now?" One of the Eighth Order Masters who had a good relationship with Yang Lai's side and stepped forward to explain the mission they were tasked with. Learning that this trip was not for any major battle, but just to oversee the gathering of resources, Ouyang furiously exclaimed, "Big head me! I curse you and your ancestors." The master quickly advised, "Junior brother Ouyang, calm down. Although there is no war here, this place is still of great significance to the human race. Our soldiers need resources for cultivation and healing, and with the current shortage, we can only resort to such measures. Even compared to killing enemies on the battlefield, our mission is no less important. We are all working for the future of the human race." "Right, right," another master went along. "Right my foot." Ouyang exploded, his red hair blazing like fire and his whole body seeming to be burning up. He had left profound nether territory for one reason, to kill the enemy on the battlefield, not to come here and babysit these third, fourth, and fifth order cultivators tasked with mining resources. In a fit of rage, he strode towards the depths of black ink battlefield. "Where are you going, brother Ouyang?" The eighth order master who tried to calm him down called out in alarm. "I'm going to primordial heaven's source grand restriction. I'm joining the suppressing black ink army to kill the enemy." His voice echoed as he flew off into the distance. The other 9 masters looked at each other, unsure of whether to stop him or not. In the end, Ouyang disappeared without a trace. After a while, one of them finally said, "Thank goodness he didn't go to the no-return pass impulsively." Going to the no-return pass alone was a death sentence, but going to primordial heaven's source grand restriction and joining the suppressing black ink army was still acceptable. "Don't worry, he'll come back," another 8th order master said. "How do you know?" Brother Ouyang may not be from Great Battle Heaven, but ever since he ascended to the 6th order open heaven realm, he has fought on the black ink battlefield. He has long become accustomed to military life, and he's a true soldier. Although he has a foul temper, he won't act recklessly in defiance of orders. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in profound nether territory for so many years just to get his transfer order stamped, the master explained. Everyone felt that what he said made sense. Ouyang behavior was indeed like this. If he was someone who truly acted on impulse, he wouldn't have stayed in profound nether territory for so long. As expected, half a day later, Ouyang appeared from the depths of the void, still a little mad, but his fury somewhat subsided. An 8th order master welcomed him back personally, patted his shoulder, and laughed. "Ouyang, just accept it. Isn't this me Jing Luan's favor to us old friends?" Everyone understood why they were sent here to look after the mining team. Each of them had experienced countless life and death crises, and each had accumulated many hidden injuries. As they got older, their conditions deteriorated, and some of them had already fallen from their peak state. They all had great passion for protecting and serving the human race, but if the day came when the human race defeated the Black Ink clan, cleared the ashes of war, and rebuilt order, the experience of the older generation would be an indispensable guide for the new generation. Sending them here to look after this resource-gathering team was not only Mi Jing Luan's favor, but also for the future of the human race. Ouyang immediately snorted. "Do I need him to take care of me? I'm still strong, and age has only made me tougher. If we're going to fight the Black Ink clan, what are we old guys good for if we don't lead the way and instead shove all the heavy burdens onto those young brats?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 5683, The Black Ink Clan's Good News. Indeed, we old fogies are still as sharp as ever, but those little brats still have much room to grow. We need to give them a chance to shine. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master knew well that Ouyang was a stubborn mule and wouldn't challenge him. Ouyang remained silent for a long time, then finally spoke with a harsh tone. "When I return home someday, I'll twist Big Head Me's head off and use it as a chamber pot." He then thought of Yang Kai and added, "And that young boy, he's not a good thing either. He dared to trick me like this. I'll give him a beating when I see him." "Good. Us fellow brothers will help you." The 8th Order Master responded with a big smile. "With our combined strength, that brat won't stand a chance." Ouyang looked at him and sighed heavily, his face full of sadness. It had come to this, and there was nothing he could do about it. Soon, tens of thousands were dispersed by the 8th Order Masters to explore the area nearby for resources. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already used the space beacons to return to the Blue Sky Theater, still feeling guilty. He could understand Yang Lai's mood, but this was Mi Jing Luan's arrangement, so he could not intervene. Moreover, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that veterans like Yang Lai could retire from the battlefield. The number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was now significant, and many rising stars were active on various battlefields. It was no longer a time when veteran warriors with countless scars had to bear the brunt of the harsh conditions. The younger generation was now capable of taking on the heavy responsibilities of the seniors. However, as Mi Jing Luan worried, the problem that plagued human development was still the resources. The emergence of a large number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters meant a massive demand for resources. Sending some manpower to the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources was one way to solve the problem, but exploration and extraction always took time. So Yang Kai planned to look for solutions elsewhere. Resources were something that the Black Ink clan did not lack. After his last experience at the No-Return Pass, Yang Kai was well aware of this fact, as they didn't even hesitate to hand over a massive amount of materials as compensation. Since the Black Ink clan didn't lack resources, Yang Kai decided to just steal some. Yang Kai decided to become a hunter. Ever since he heard about the hunters, he had been fascinated by their existence. If he was still a 6th or 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would have immediately become one and lived a carefree life raiding enemy convoys. However, he was no longer the insignificant person he once was. His strength and status had both elevated him to a position where each of his words and actions had a significant impact on the overall situation. While Yang Kai still yearned to become a hunter, he couldn't risk the unpredictable consequences of such a move. But on this Black Ink battlefield, he did not need to worry at all. When the Black Ink clan and the human race signed their peace agreement years ago, it only applied to the 3,000 worlds. It did not include the Black Ink battlefield. Hunting was also a time-intensive activity that often required patience and careful planning, but since Yang Kai had nothing else to do and was free from the need to cultivate, he could use this time to accumulate resources for the human race. Months later, inside the main hall of the No-Return Pass, the royal lord sat on the throne of bones, with Emo Na-Yi seated to his left. Territory lords lined both sides of the hall, with their eyes fixed on the royal lord. They were all confused, and even Emo Na-Yi was puzzled as well. Due to Yang Kai's existence, the Black Ink clan could not afford to let their guard down, even with a new pseudo-royal lord on their side. Emo Na-Yi could not leave the No-Return Pass at will, lest Yang Kai found an opportunity to destroy more Black Ink nests here. Since the royal lord could not protect everything on his own, they could only ensure the safety of the Black Ink nest by joining forces. That was why the royal lord had been staying here all these years, rarely making an appearance. Even when he did come out, he looked gloomy, obviously still upset about Yang Kai's last visit. But with Emo Na-Yi as a capable assistant, the royal lord completely became an arm-flinging shopkeeper, leaving all major and minor matters of the Black Ink clan war effort to be handled by him, so he was able to relax. However, at this moment, the royal lord's expression looked exceptionally joyful. It was unclear if something had happened on the Great Territory battlefields, or if there had been some breakthrough development in the Black Ink clan. Then, as they recalled the tone in which the royal lord summoned them to this conference hall earlier, the Black Ink clan elites secretly anticipated good news. The royal lord remained silent, and the territory lords dared not speak without permission either. Instead, it was Emo Na-Yi, a pseudo-royal lord, who smiled and asked, "Sir Royal Lord, is there good news you have to share with us today?" The royal lord chuckled and looked approvingly at Emo Na-Yi. Although he had many loyal followers, only Emo Na-Yi was quick-minded and able to read his intentions. This was also why he was willing to delegate power to Emo Na-Yi. There was no possibility of a power struggle in the Black Ink clan, as Emo Na-Yi's pseudo-royal lord status meant that he could never surpass the real royal lord's authority, so there was no concern over infighting even if so much power was given to Emo Na-Yi. After nodding in approval at him, the royal lord announced the great news. There is news from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. With that announcement, the room erupted in surprise. The territory lords widened their eyes in excitement, while Emo Na-Yi jumped up from his seat, exclaiming, "Sir, has the primordial heaven's source grand restriction been broken?" Since the battle outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and its subsequent sealing and Mo's slumber, the Black Ink clan had been unable to contact them. However, now the royal lord claimed that there was news from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, indicating that the Supreme One had awakened and the grand restriction had been broken. If this was true, the day when the Black Ink clan would rule all under the heavens would soon arrive. Even Emo Nai, who was usually calm and composed, was overcome with excitement and could not help but shed tears. But the royal lord waved his hand and said, "It's not what you think. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction is still there, and the Supreme One is still asleep." The excited territory lords were suddenly silenced like a bucket of cold water had been thrown on them. Then, Emo Nai asked, "If that's the case, how did news come from the other side?" "I'm also unsure, and due to the interference of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the message is not very clear. All I know is that the humans still have some control over that place and that someone deliberately opened a gap, like before," the royal lord replied. "Someone is controlling the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? But it can't be Tsong, can it? How can anyone control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Who is this person?" The territory lords were clamoring and asking questions. They were all innate territory lords who came from inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so they knew about the situation there very well. They knew that Song was the last human race master who could control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and after his death, no one should be able to do so. But now, the royal lord was saying that someone was in control of that place. If this message did not come from the Black Ink clan inside the grand restriction, they would never have believed it. While the territory lords were concerned about who was controlling the restriction, Emo Nai picked up on a different piece of information and asked, "Sir, when was the gap opened?" The royal lord answered, "It should have been some 100 years ago." Emo Nai murmured with a frown, "Around 100 years ago. Sir, back then, Yongkai led several hundred Eighth Order, Open Heaven Realm Masters of the human race through the Norreturn Pass and into the Black Ink battlefield. Considering the timeline, could it be that the person who controls the primordial heaven's source grand restriction now is Yongkai?" This was not a wild guess, as Yongkai often accomplished things that others couldn't. If he was really the one controlling the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, you wouldn't be surprised. The royal lord, however, shook his head and said, "It's not him. Although the information from the grand restriction is not complete, I've inquired carefully. The person who controls the grand restriction now does not resemble Yongkai at all. It must be someone we don't know about." Emo Nai didn't doubt him and only sighed. The human race still has such a heritage. After Tsong's death, it was assumed that there would be no one who could control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction again. This was good news for the Black Ink clan, as they could easily break it once the Supreme One awakened. However, it was different if someone was guarding it. Even the Supreme One couldn't underestimate the power of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, or else it wouldn't have been trapped for so many eons already. Emo Nai continued to ask, "But if the human race has someone who can control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, why did they take the initiative to open a gap?" The royal lord replied, "Those inside the grand restriction can sense that the human controlling it now is much weaker than Tsong, so their control over the grand restriction is far inferior. This person must have opened the gap to alleviate the pressure he was facing. This is clearly something the human race had planned to do long ago. When Yongkai passed through the Norreturn Pass with those hundreds of Eighth Order Masters, it was to go to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Now, there is an elite human race army and a divine dragon, Fuguang, fighting against those who are rushing out. This has been happening for over 100 years. Emo Nai suddenly realized, curse those humans. When the territory lords below heard that their clansmen were being constantly killed at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, they immediately started clamoring again. A territory lord even stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Sir Royal Lord, please let me lead a large army to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to coordinate with those inside and crush those humans." Nai immediately stopped him. That would not be appropriate. Although the territory lord was intimidated by Nai's pseudo-royal lord authority, he couldn't help but ask, why is it not appropriate? Nai explained, when Yang Kai passed through the no-return pass, he had as many as 400 8th Order open heaven with him, and that's just what we could see on the surface. Although there were suspicions at the time, we couldn't be sure. Now that we have first-hand information, we can confirm that those 400 we saw that day were not the entire human force. Many more must have been staying in their small universes, which is why they were able to form a large army at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5684, How Despicable. This human race army must be filled with elites with exceptional strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to ambush and kill the clansmen who broke through the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Furthermore, there is also a divine dragon on their side. If we want to go against such an army, we can't afford to send in too few masters from our side, or we will just be sending them to their deaths. However, if we draw too many of our forces away from the front lines, how can we stabilize the situation on the various battlefields? The humans will inevitably seize the opportunity to attack and break through our defenses. Saying so, Nai then looked at the royal lord and asked, do you know how many people are in that army? There shouldn't be more than 10,000 in total, which isn't a lot, but each individual is quite strong, especially those 400 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Additionally, they seem to have a large-scale artifact similar to a Great Pass with them. A Great Pass. Nai furrowed his brow, and the territory lords all became fearful. Although all of the Great Passes that still survived were abandoned around the No-Return Pass and were now occupied by the Black Ink clan, it had cost them a massive price to capture them. If it weren't for the two Black Ink giant spirit gods aiding them at the time, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to conquer the No-Return Pass. Now, with an elite army stationed at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and a Great Pass-like artifact assisting them, it was no wonder they had the confidence to open a gap in the grand restriction to alleviate the pressure. Nai couldn't help but sigh deeply. The humans' heritage remains as powerful as ever. Just from the fact that the humans were able to withdraw so many elites to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction without any impact on the situation in the various battlefields was enough to prove that the human race of today was not the same as the one from 3,000 years ago. After the war in the Barren Territory, the human race had sunk to its lowest point. The Great Territory battlefields were all in a passive state of defense, and profound Nether Territory was almost conquered by the Black Ink clan. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sudden appearance at the critical moment, profound Nether Territory would have fallen into the hands of the Black Ink clan. Yes, it was all because of Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai appeared in profound Nether Territory, the human race's plight had gradually been reversed. How did he even manage to accomplish such things? After careful observation, Nai realized that Yang Kai didn't do much. Although he had killed many innate territory lords, it hadn't significantly impacted the balance of power between the two races. No matter how powerful he was just a single individual and could not wipe out the entire Black Ink clan. The true root of the matter lay in the peace agreement between the two races. The constraints of the peace treaty had provided a relatively safe training space for the younger generation of the human race. While this alone might not seem significant, what was crucial was that the human race had the star boundary and the myriad monsters world, two open heaven realm cradles. The combination of such a relatively stable cultivation environment and a continuous influx of talented successors had shaped the human race's formidable heritage over thousands of years. It was a pity that when Yang Kai's reputation was at its peak, and all the innate territory lords trembled at the mere mention of his name, he proposed the peace agreement. Who would dare to reject him at that time? Looking at the current situation, this was all Yang Kai's cunning plan. Even if the Black Ink clan had seen through it at the time, though, they could only accept it. Nai also caught on at this point. He thus grew more afraid of and suspicious of Yang Kai since he not only possessed incredible combat power, but also had a far-seeing perspective. He was a great threat to the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan had naturally thought about how to deal with this issue and concluded that the best course of action would be to destroy the star boundary and the myriad monsters world, the places that contributed to the continuous enhancement of the human race's heritage. They were just two trivial universe worlds. If given the chance, any territory lord or Eighth Order Black Ink disciple could easily deal with them. However, the Black Ink clan simply could not find the opportunity to do so, as every soldier that had been recalled from the front lines had to pass through a grand array filled with purifying light. Even if a Black Ink disciple had impure intentions, the purifying light would cleanse and dispel any Black Ink strength within them. Moreover, both the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world had multiple powerful masters stationed there all year round, standing guard. The voice of the Royal Lord came through, bringing Nai back to focus. This king has asked if they need support over there, but those within the Grand Restriction believe it would be unwise to cause a commotion. They are working on finding other ways through the Grand Restriction, and if they succeed, they will be able to break free. Nai perked up and asked, "Can they do it?" He knew firsthand just how formidable the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction was. When he was inside it years ago, many Black Ink clansmen had attempted to breach it from within, but all had failed. The Royal Lord replied, "Since they've said as much, there should be some progress. Although we do not know who the person overseeing the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction is now, their strength is far inferior to Tsang, so their control is obviously not as good either. Furthermore, opening a gap in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction has had some impact on its integrity, which may have provided some opportunities for those inside." Nai nodded lightly. The primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction was extremely ancient and had been operating constantly for millions of years. The new human race master overseeing it was not like the legendary Tsang, a powerful monster with unfathomable experience. They couldn't be fully prepared, and as long as there was even the slightest flaw, those within the Grand Restriction would not miss that chance. Today, the Royal Lord summoned many of his territory lords to share the good news. He wasn't worried about any territory lord leaking the information because the Black Ink clan was not the same as the human race. If a human was corrupted by Black Ink strength, they would tell everything they knew to the Black Ink clan, but the Black Ink clan would never leak critical information to the humans. After a while, the Royal Lord left, and the rest quickly dispersed as well while Nai walked away, frowning deep in thought. He was thinking about none other than Yang Kai. Over 100 years ago, Yang Kai led a group of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters through the No-Return Pass and into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. There had been no news about him for all this time, and no one knew where he had gone or what he was up to. If it were an ordinary Eighth Order Master, Nai wouldn't have cared, but Yang Kai was different. Whatever the circumstances, Yang Kai had even killed a pseudo-royal lord, which was enough to make Nai take him seriously. After thinking for a while, Nai couldn't come to a conclusion. Yang Kai's whereabouts had always been elusive, and it seemed that even the human side had difficulty keeping track of him. He was once again relieved when he thought about how Yang Kai had no hope of reaching the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. If this headache-inducing menace had a chance to ascend to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, how could they handle him? Sir Nai. A territory lord approached suddenly. Nai turned his head and saw one of his territory lords in charge of logistics. He nodded and asked, "What's the matter?" The territory lord replied, "Sir, several squads that were supposed to return with resources have not returned yet." This wasn't a big deal, but since Nai was in charge of everything related to the No-Return Pass by the Royal Lord's orders, he still had to investigate all abnormal occurrences. The territory lords had also become accustomed to his meticulous style, so they would come to him with any matter, big or small. "How long are they overdue?" Nai frowned, feeling that something was off. The territory lord replied, "The earliest squad was supposed to have returned a month ago, while the latest should have arrived at the No-Return Pass 5 days ago." "Have you sent anyone to investigate?" "Yes, a team has been sent, and we should receive a report in a few days." Nai nodded. "Notify me the moment you have answers." "Yes." A few days later, the feudal lord in charge of gathering news, sent a message to the No-Return Pass using his black ink nest. The teams responsible for transporting materials had already set off for the No-Return Pass, but mysteriously disappeared halfway. When the news reached Emo Nayi, he immediately realized the problem. The teams transporting resources disappeared without a trace, but the human race had no presence on the Black Ink battlefield other than at the Grand Restriction. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had been constantly mining resources from the Black Ink battlefield and transporting them to the front lines without any issues. However, recently, several squads transporting resources disappeared for no reason. Someone must be causing trouble. The first person that came to Emo Naye's mind was Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could do such a thing. Considering that he had gone deep into the Black Ink battlefield over 100 years ago and had not been seen since, it was almost certain that Yang Kai was now camping near the No-Return Pass, waiting for the Black Ink clan's resource teams to appear so he could rob them. Shameless. Emo Nayi immediately took out a communication bead and transmitted a message using his divine sense. This communication bead was left to him by Yang Kai the last time they met when he needed to hand over a batch of resources. Emo Nayi hadn't thrown it away, thinking that he might be able to use it to probe Yang Kai's location in the future. He didn't expect it to be useful so soon. After a while, the communication bead in his hand trembled slightly, causing Emo Naye's brow to twitch. Yang Kai was really near the No-Return Pass. The movement of the communication bead was undoubtedly a sign that the message had been successfully transmitted. 10 million kilometers outside of the No-Return Pass, on a lone universe fragment, Yang Kai hid his figure and surveyed the surroundings with his divine sense. His current divine sense was incredibly powerful, and from this location, he could monitor the movements of all Black Ink clan squads returning from the Black Ink battlefield. Over the last month or so, he had raided 5 Black Ink clan teams, seized their resources, and made a great deal of profit. He didn't raid all the Black Ink clan squads, but selectively chose a few. After all, he was doing business without investment, so he couldn't be too excessive. To continue this venture for a long time, he needed to take a steady approach. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would probably act out in rage, damaging his future prospects. As he was monitoring the movements of the void around him, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and took out a communication bead. With his divine sense, he probed it and couldn't help but praise Emo Naye's quick thinking. He knew that he couldn't hide his actions for long, so Yang Kai deliberately wore this communication bead on his body. He just didn't expect Emo Nayi to contact him so quickly. The message in the communication bead was very simple, with only one sentence: "Sir Yang, can we meet?" It was obvious that Emo Nayi had already concluded that Yang Kai was involved in the disappearance of the teams transporting resources. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5685, Wanting the Lion's Share? On the universe fragment, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment upon receiving Emo Naye's message, originally intending to ignore it. But after giving it some thought, he realized that there was no point in being sneaky about things and decided to confront Emo Nayi directly. So, he immediately surged his divine sense and sent a message through the communication bead. At the same time, inside the No-Return Pass, Emo Naye's communication bead trembled once again. He quickly immersed his mind in it to investigate, and in the next moment, boundless anger surged within him, almost causing his lungs to explode. The message in the communication bead was straightforward, consisting of only 2 words: 50%. Although it seemed incomprehensible at first glance, Emo Nayi instantly understood Yang Kai's intention. This bastard was clearly demanding 50% of the resources excavated by the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. His appetite was simply outrageous. These resources were mined by the Black Ink clan and were intended to be transported to the frontline battlefields to enhance the Black Ink clan's strength. It was all meant to be used against the human race, but now, without any effort on their part, the humans wanted to take away 50% of them. Moreover, if the human race were to use these resources to enhance their own strength, it would inevitably harm Black Ink clan. Emo Nayi would never agree to such an act of aiding the enemy. If he did, he would forever become a criminal in the eyes of the Black Ink clan. The more Emo Nayi interacted with Yang Kai, the more he found the latter to be difficult to deal with. At this moment, he had formed a new evaluation of him. Yang Kai was shameless beyond all imagination, able to make such outrageous demands without any scruples. It was simply unbelievable. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Imo Nai sent a message to the territory lord in charge of the resource affairs, asking him to come over. At the same time, he feigned ignorance and replied, "Sir Yang, what do you mean? Please explain in detail." The communication bead quickly trembled, and Yang Kai replied with only 2 words, "He he." Imo Nai's brow twitched, and Yang Kai's annoying face inexplicably appeared in his mind, causing the anger he had just suppressed to surge up again. Sir Imo Nai. The summoned territory lord quickly arrived and bowed respectfully. Imo Nai looked up and asked, "How many teams are overdue from the past month?" "5, sir," replied the territory lord. "And how many have returned?" "Also 5. 5 teams had disappeared, and 5 had returned." This was precisely 50%. Imo Nai knew that this was no coincidence, but rather Yang Kai's intentional doing. His meaning was evident. The Black Ink clan could refuse his offer, but he would still be able to take 50%. In fact, if Yang Kai wanted to, there was a good chance he could take the other 50% as well. This was open bullying. Facing such a tricky opponent, Imo Nai had always been patient and avoided confronting him head-on because he knew that Black Ink clan had no way of dealing with Yang Kai at the moment. In terms of strength, both he and the Royal Lord were stronger than Yang Kai, and if they were to fight it out in a one-on-one fashion, they could easily suppress him. However, if they couldn't kill Yang Kai, all hostility towards him would be meaningless. The Divine Spirit Ancestral Land was a great opportunity to kill him as the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array blocked the entire space, leaving Yang Kai with no place to use his greatest strength. It was the best opportunity the Black Ink clan had to kill him. It was a pity that Diwu had messed things up. Not only did the Black Ink clan lose many innate territory lords, but even Diwu was killed. The Dao of Space was undoubtedly the most troublesome Grand Dao for the Black Ink clan. Apart from Imo Nai and Royal Lord, none of the other masters on the Black Ink clan side were a match for Yang Kai. 3,000 years ago, Yang Kai was capable of slaughtering territory lords as easily as chickens, but at that time, he still needed to use his strange soul secret technique to achieve such remarkable results. Now, 3,000 years later, Yang Kai's strength had increased significantly, and innate territory lords were no longer a challenge for him. Even if they formed a battle formation, territory lords might not be able to do much against this menace. How could Imo Nai not be cautious in the face of such an opponent? The whole reason why they had made peace with the human race back then was also because of this. In the current situation, Yang Kai's had become a nightmare that the Black Ink clan could not contain. Since that was the case, they could only place their hopes on the future. If the Black Ink clan managed to produce many royal lords one day, then the role that Yang Kai could play would naturally be greatly reduced. Over the years, Yang Kai had been traveling around, his whereabouts elusive and his reasons unknown. Imo Nai never imagined that one day, this guy would block the no-return pass and personally loot resources from the Black Ink clan. Although angry and annoyed, he saw the underlying message through the situation's appearance. The human side must be running out of resources. Otherwise, there was no reason for a master like Yang Kai to act like this. For this reason more than any other, Yang Kai's impudent demand could not be agreed to. As long as the Black Ink clan held on a little longer, the human race would only face more shortages, and even if they had countless rising prodigies, without enough supplies, their cultivation would not improve. Imo Nai was anxiously trying to communicate with Yang Kai through the communication bead while summoning all the territory lords of the no-return pass. Within moments, hundreds of territory lords gathered in the main hall, but this time, the royal lord did not appear and only Imo Nai stood below the throne of bones. Although the royal lord was absent, Imo Nai did not dare to sit on the main throne, which was exclusively reserved for the royal lord. As a pseudo-royal lord, he did not have the qualifications to sit there. Looking at the group of puzzled territory lords below, Imo Nai stated bluntly, "Yang Kai is currently somewhere outside of the no-return pass." Some of the more belligerent territory lords began clamoring to lead their armies to surround and kill Yang Kai. The more timid ones turned pale because they had suffered losses at Yang Kai's hand. Mo Nai took in the expressions of the territory lords and continued. The human race doesn't have enough resources, so now Yang Kai has come to plunder our supply transports. Although the losses are small for now, if this issue is not resolved soon, our resources will probably be cut in half compared to previous years. This will inevitably affect our plans for conquest. The noisy territory lords instantly quieted down, while a particularly sturdy-looking one cupped his fist and asked, "How should we solve this problem, Sir Mo Nai?" Mo Nai declared, "The matter of resources is fundamental to both the Black Ink clan and the human race. The plundering of ours is a secondary loss compared to helping the human race grow stronger. For now, I need you to investigate Yang Kai's movements and escort the resource transports and their goods back." The sturdy territory lord then said, "If that's the case, we have to move in teams capable of assuming battle formations. Against that killing star, not forming a battle formation would be equivalent to sticking out our necks and letting him chop our heads off." Fortunately, in recent years, the territory lords of the Black Ink clan had not been idle and had been diligently practicing various battle formations. It was ridiculous to say that these innate territory lords were already powerful enough to not fear any Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters, but just because of Yang Kai's presence, they had to practice these battle formations to protect themselves. This was humiliating, but they were left with no other choice. Mo Nai nodded, "Yes, you will all need to form battle formations, with 4 symbols formations being the minimum requirement to face Yang Kai. Only territory lords who can form a 4 symbols formation can perform this task. Those who cannot should not go out for the time being." A battle formation was not something that could be just casually formed. The human race squads could do this because they grew and developed in a totally different environment compared to the Black Ink clan. The invasion and oppression of the Black Ink clan had long made all human race masters sincerely united. Each squad also had time to become familiar with each other through daily interactions and battles, so no matter when or where, they could easily form battle formations as there was innate trust among each other. It was different for the Black Ink clan, especially the innate territory lords, as each of them was born strong and naturally had their own arrogance and opinion. They were not willing to fully trust each other and entrust their lives to others, preferring to believe in their own selves above all else. This wasn't a surprise, though, as in the face of danger, the first reaction of most living beings was to protect themselves. At the time of forming a battle formation, the auras of all in the formation were linked, essentially turning them into a single entity. However, once an individual had the intention to protect themselves over the group, the battle formation would collapse. That was why, when Diwu led 20 innate territory lords to surround and kill Yang Kai in the ancestral land, the battle formations they formed were only 4 symbols formations. It was not because they lacked the numbers, but rather because forcing a more advanced battle formation was impossible. Most of the territory lords of the Black Ink clan could only form the 4 symbols formation at most, with a select few capable of forming the 5 elements formation. No 6 paths formation had ever been formed among them. In fact, this was not a problem unique to territory lords. It was also difficult for 8th Order human masters to form a 6 paths formation, though not impossible. So far, the highest record for 8th Order masters was a 7 stars formation, which happened during a life or death crisis against a royal lord. The higher the individual strength, the more difficult it was to form a battle formation. This principle applied to both the humans and the Black Ink clan. For example, back when Yang Kai was squad leader of Dawn, he led his squad members to kill many enemies and once formed a 9 palaces formation. However, if he were to try to form such a formation with other 8th Order masters now, he would not be able to do so. With the command from Mo Nai given, a few territory lords relaxed because they could not form a battle formation with other territory lords at all. Unexpectedly, this lack of competence had allowed them to avoid a potential crisis. Mo Nai then deployed all the territory lords who could form battle formations into 2 groups. One group was responsible for searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts outside the Noreturn Pass, with the other was responsible for protecting the squads returning from gathering resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. He then said, "The objective this time is not to kill Yang Kai. If you encounter him, prioritize self-preservation." After speaking these words aloud, Imo Na-yi could not help but feel a sense of helplessness deep down in his heart. Faced with a master like Yang Kai, he actually unconsciously gave up the idea of killing him. Now, he only hoped that the acquired territory lords would grow up soon. As long as more royal lords appeared in the Black Ink clan, the threat that Yang Kai posed to the Black Ink clan would be greatly weakened. The territory lords then dispersed quickly, following Imo Na-ye's previous assignments. They dared not be careless, forming 4 symbols and 5 elements formations immediately after leaving the no-return pass and quickly dispersing as they headed towards the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Back in the main hall, Imo Na-yi looked at the more than 10 territory lords who remained, furrowing his brow slightly before waving his hand. "Be vigilant against any potential attacks from Yang Kai."
Yes.
The territory lords then left with their orders. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5686, Ming K. After leaving the main hall, Imo Na-yi headed straight towards the high-rank Black Ink nest belonging to that royal lord. Ever since Imo Na-yi had been entrusted with the affairs of the no-return pass and the entire Black Ink clan after his ascension to the rank of pseudo-royal lord, the royal lord frequently stayed inside this Black Ink nest and rarely ventured out. It was only because he had received the news from the clansmen inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction a few days ago that the royal lord made an appearance to deliver good news to the many territory lords. Standing before the Black Ink nest, Imo Na-yi sighed inwardly. Despite having arranged for clansmen to track Yang Kai's movements and protect the teams carrying resources, their enemy was Yang Kai. No matter how meticulous the arrangements were, they were simply not secure enough. In front of the territory lords, Imo Na-yi pretended to be resolute and unwilling to give up anything, but he knew that if Yang Kai really had his sights set on Black Ink clan's resources, they would not be able to stop him. At present, the Black Ink clan seemed to be flourishing, but there was a simmering danger as the human race grew stronger bit by bit, gradually narrowing the gap in power between the two sides. Imo Na-yi had long felt a strong sense of crisis brewing in his heart. He could only hope that there would be some pleasant surprises from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction soon. Meanwhile, a female feudal lord, who was a personal attendant to the royal lord of relatively low cultivation, came out of the Black Ink nest and greeted Imo Na-yi. "Sir Imo Na-yi, please come in." Imo Na-yi nodded and followed the feudal lord into the Black Ink nest. Soon, they saw the royal lord using the Black Ink nest to communicate with the outside world. Imo Na-yi waited quietly without disturbing him, knowing that the royal lord was probably speaking with those inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. After a while, the royal lord withdrew his consciousness from the Black Ink nest space, and Imo Na-yi noticed a hint of joy in his expression. He understood instantly that there might be some pleasant surprises from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. He didn't ask too much as the royal lord would say if he wanted to. Instead, he just respectfully bowed. The royal lord sat down and asked, "What's the matter?" He knew Imo Na-yi wouldn't come to see him without a specific reason. Since Imo Na-yi was here, it must be a matter of importance. Imo Na-yi immediately summarized Yang Kai's raid on the Black Ink clan's resources outside of the no-return pass and told the royal lord about Yang Kai's demand for a 50% share. Hearing this, the royal lord was infuriated, and his good mood was instantly ruined. Impudence! How dare he make such a request? We already compensated him with a large amount due to the ancestral land incident, yet he is still not satisfied? Imo Na-yi understood that the human race was lacking in resources while the Black Ink clan had plenty, so naturally, Yang Kai came to Black Ink clan to take advantage of them. After allowing the royal lord to vent his anger for a while, Imo Na-yi continued, "Sir Royal Lord, I have ordered the territory lords to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts and also ordered escorts for the transport teams. However, Yang Kai is proficient in the Tao of space and his combat strength is extremely high. Even if the territory lords form battle formations, they may not be able to match him if they encounter him." The royal lord pondered for a moment before saying, You must personally take action and find an opportunity to kill him. Emonai shook his head and replied, I have considered this option, but if I leave the no-return pass, Yongkai may find an opening to infiltrate. What if he comes to the no-return pass and targets the black ink nests? These words made the royal lord's face darken. 3,000 years ago, with him standing guard, the black ink nests in the no-return pass would still be safe. But after Yongkai emerged from his long retreat and revealed his strength, the royal lord knew that he alone could not protect all the black ink nests in the no-return pass. During these 3,000 years, Yongkai's strength had increased that much. Furthermore, Imo Nai considered and said, due to the ancestral land incident, our black ink clan suffered significant losses. If we anger him again this time, the situation may be difficult to contain. They wouldn't know how many resources they would have to offer up if the situation reached that point. Upon hearing this, the royal lord abruptly turned his head and glared at him. Our black ink clan has so many rising talents, yet we can't even deal with one damn human? The wrath directed at him frightened Imo Nai, who immediately lowered his head and replied, It is all due to my incompetence. The atmosphere in the black ink nest became tense as Imo Nai suppressed his aura while the attendants who lived in the black ink nest also held their breaths. After a while, the royal lord said, Create another pseudo-royal lord and let him secretly guard the no-return pass with me while you deal with Yongkai. Create another pseudo-royal lord? But, sir, the number of our innate territory lords has decreased greatly. If we create another pseudo-royal lord, Imo Nai was startled by the suggestion. In fact, he had discussed this matter with the royal lord before. Although the creation of a pseudo-royal lord represented the loss of more than 10 innate territory lord and a high-rank black ink nest, as long as it was for an appropriate purpose, it would still be useful for the black ink clan. However, as Imo Nai said, after thousands of years of battles, the number of innate territory lords in the black ink clan had decreased sharply and was now quite low. Not to mention that every high-rank black ink nest sacrificed was a heavy blow. In the grand scheme of things, it was not suitable to create too many pseudo-royal lords. Both Diwu and Imo Nai were pseudo-royal lords created because of Yongkai's existence. Unexpectedly, because of this killing star, the royal lord actually had the idea to create another pseudo-royal lord. If this continued, the number of innate territory lords in the black ink clan would continue to decrease sharply. Rest assured, it won't cause any major problems if we only create one more, said the royal lord calmly. Imo Nai was initially stunned, as this was different from the royal lord's previous attitude towards creating pseudo-royal lords. However, thinking about the primordial heaven's source grand restriction situation, Imo Nai suddenly realized something and immediately accepted the order. I will arrange it immediately. The royal lord snorted. When the new pseudo-royal lord is created, you go and deal with Yongkai directly. Try to provoke him as much as possible and make him come to the no-return pass. I will wait for him here with the new pseudo-royal lord.
Yes.
Imo Nai couldn't help feeling a little excited. If the royal lord's strategy worked as planned, they might really have a chance to take down Yongkai. Shortly after, a dozen or so territory lords stationed at the no-return pass were once again summoned. Learning that the royal lord was asking them to perform source fusion, the territory lords had mixed feelings. They had originally been left at the no-return pass to avoid the risk of facing Yongkai because they couldn't meet the requirements of the battle formations. However, they did not expect that they could avoid Yongkai but not the orders of the royal lord. The source fusion technique was extremely dangerous, with fewer than 1 in 10 being able to survive it. Who could guarantee that they would be the one to live? The birth of the first 2 pseudo-royal lords had already sacrificed 25 innate territory lords. Could they be so lucky to avoid sacrificing themselves? It was as the saying went for the human race, fortune and misfortune walk hand in hand. However, the royal lord's order had been given, and they were powerless to disobey it. Under Imo Nai's supervision, 12 innate territory lords entered a high-rank black ink nest and began to perform the source fusion technique. One by one, the auras of the innate territory lords disappeared as the black ink nest shook incessantly. Several days later, When the last remaining territory lord's aura had completely merged with the black ink nest, a new pseudo-royal lord was born. Meng-Ke. Imo-Nayi stayed at the no-return pass for another month, allowing Meng-Ke to familiarize himself with his new strength before he rushed out into the depths of the void. During this month's time, the Black Ink clan lost 8 teams that were transporting resources, a significant increase compared to the month before. The response from the Black Ink clan seemed to have completely removed Yang Kai's apprehensions. Previously, half of the teams were allowed to return, but now they had almost all been wiped out. A few days later, in the depths of the void, Imo-Nayi met with 4 territory lords who had been maintaining a 4 symbols formation. They had clearly experienced a great battle recently, but it had ended almost as quickly as it began. There were many bodies of Black Ink clan soldiers left behind, but the 4 territory lords remained unharmed. Seeing Imo-Nayi, the 4 exhausted territory lords finally had the opportunity to catch their breath as maintaining the 4 symbols formation consumed a great deal of their focus and energy. Though it was manageable for a short time, these 4 territory lords had not dared to relax once since leaving the no-return pass. No one knew when the human-killing star, Yang Kai, would appear. If they did not maintain the battle formation at all times, they might die the moment he mysteriously showed up. Sir Imo-Nayi. The 4 territory lords saluted apologetically. Imo-Nayi looked around, frowning. He didn't fight you. The dead here were just some ordinary Black Ink clan soldiers, and the 4 territory lords had no wounds on them, which was obviously suspicious. The 4 territory lords glanced at each other, and the leader sighed. He moves stealthily, and we find it difficult to predict when he will appear. Imo-Nayi nodded in understanding. If Yang Kai didn't want to fight, they could do nothing about it. So he instead asked, "What about the resources?" The territory lord who had spoken before looked even more ashamed. "It was originally with me. After meeting with the team transporting the resources, he took the space ring which contained them, and then Yang Kai took it from me." Imo-Nayi frowned again. "How did he take it from you if he did not come face to face with you?" The space ring was so small and could easily be kept close to the body. Unless Yang Kai had completely incapacitated them, they should not have been easily robbed. The territory lord hung his head. "I handed it over." Imo-Nayi's eyes narrowed in response, staring fiercely at the territory lord, who explained in a frightened voice, "Yang Kai locked us with his divine sense and threatened to kill us even if it meant damaging his soul if we didn't hand it over." So you just gave it to him?" Imo-Nayi roared furiously. "Please punish us, sir." The 4 territory lords looked terrified. They had no choice. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but when Yang Kai locked them down with his divine sense, the immense sense of danger forced them to make that choice. At that moment, they had no doubt that Yang Kai had the ability to kill them. Imo-Nayi took a deep breath. Though he was angry, he knew that it wasn't the territory lord's fault. Anyone in such a situation would have had trouble putting their lives aside. In the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, Yang Kai had killed Di Wu and 8 territory lords who formed battle formations. If he could do that, then killing a mere 4 territory lords would not be an issue. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5687, Sincere Cooperation. The 4 symbols formation was powerless to stop Yang Kai's killing spree, but it would force him to use his bizarre soul secret technique that harmed both himself and others. Imo-Nayi was not ignorant of this fact, but the battle formation that the territory lords of the Black Ink clan could form was limited to this degree, and he couldn't demand more from them. However, judging from the current situation, Yang Kai did not want to use his soul secret technique recklessly, probably because he did not want his soul to be injured. So, after coercing the territory lords to surrender their resources, he simply withdrew. Imo-Nayi was correct in his assumption. In profound nether territory, Yang Kai would strike every 2 years, and only with the assistance of many other 8th Order Masters and the bulk of the profound nether army could he kill several innate territory lords. At that time, he did it to build up his fearsome reputation and pave the way for subsequent negotiation plans. Therefore, Yang Kai was not reluctant to damage his soul at that time, and each time he attacked, he showed no mercy. But the current situation was different as Yang Kai was only plundering some resources. Furthermore, he had to rendezvous with Ouyang Lai and others every 100 years, so if he used soul-rending thorns recklessly and severely injured his own soul by accident, it would greatly affect his subsequent plans. Otherwise, why would he easily spare the lives of those four innate territory lords? Yang Kai also understood that the more territory lords he killed, the less pressure the human race would face in the future. The simple reason for all of this was that resources were a more important matter right now. Killing some Black Ink Clan soldiers didn't matter much, as the Black Ink Clan wouldn't care. However, if Yang Kai really killed a lot of innate territory lords, the situation would quickly spiral out of control, forcing the Black Ink Clan's hand. The issue of resources would also be impossible to resolve once that happened. At present, everything was done for the sake of resources. The Black Ink Clan's response was within Yang Kai's expectations. The blood feud between the two sides was absolutely irreconcilable, so even if he and Imo Nai appeared cordial on the surface, the Black Ink Clan would not simply agree to share half of their resources just because Yang Kai asked. Therefore, he needed a way to make the Black Ink Clan realize that if they could not meet his demands, the consequences would be unbearable for them. Only then would the Black Ink Clan acquiesce. Robbing the resource teams returning from the Black Ink battlefield was the method Yang Kai chose. If they refused to give him 50%, he would just take everything. Unless the Black Ink Clan did not send teams out to collect resources, they would inevitably face the risk of being robbed. However, if they stopped their mining activities, the Black Ink Clan's supplies would be greatly affected, which would have a huge impact on their subsequent accumulation of strength as well. The only thing that slightly surprised Yang Kai was that Imo Nai had personally taken action. Was Imo Nai not afraid that he would go to the No-Return Pass to destroy those black ink nests now that the defenses there were weakened? In the void, Imo Nai sent the four territory lords away to continue escorting other supply teams, holding the communication bead in his hand and transmitting his thoughts to it. However, every attempt was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any response. This made Imo Nai grit his teeth in frustration, thinking Yang Kai, that bastard, probably put the communication bead into his small universe, a sign he did not want Imo Nai to contact him again. As time passed, messages from various directions deep within the void arrived one after another. Imo Nai rushed to each location, but he was always one step too late. Even with the territory lords acting as guards, they couldn't stop Yang Kai's raids on their resource teams. One after another, the delivery squads were pilfered clean, with only a few lucky ones managing to escape unscathed. With each secret battle they waged, Imo Nai experienced how difficult Yang Kai was to deal with. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and his movements were elusive, often raiding the Black Ink Clan in one area of the void before soon appearing millions of kilometers away. For 10 whole years, Imo Na did not even catch a glimpse of Yang Kai in person, except for one instance when he felt the fluctuations of space principles nearby and rushed to the scene, only to find that Yang Kai had already left. During these 10 years, less than 100 resource teams managed to return from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield to the No-Return Pass. To exploit resources, the Black Ink Clan dispatched a massive number of teams to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield on mining missions. The demand for resources was not just a problem for the human race, but also for the Black Ink Clan. In some respects, the Black Ink Clan's demand for resources was even greater than the human race's. At least 100 teams were expected to return each year, but now, after 10 years, less than 100 had done so. The rest had been looted by Yang Kai. This was not just a loss of 50%, but a staggering 90%. While the casualties in each individual raid were not significant, that did not mean they weren't adding up over time. Additionally, although no territory lords died, a number of feudal lords were slaughtered and the loss of critical resources was becoming serious. For 10 years, Imo Nai had been searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts in the void, constantly trying to intercept or contact him, but he had never succeeded. What made him even more frustrated was that Yang Kai showed no intention of going to the No-Return Pass. Originally, in the Royal Lord's plan, when Imo Nai joined the hunt, Yang Kai should be tempted to head to the No-Return Pass and threaten the safety of the Black Ink Nest. thus forcing the Black Ink clan to agree to his unreasonable demands. If Yang Kai had done so, the Royal Lord and Meng Ke could have had a chance to ambush him. As long as they could entangle him, the territory lords could set up the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array to prevent this killing star from escaping. But over the past 10 years, Yang Kai only wandered the void, never coming within 10 million kilometers of the Noreturn Pass. This left Emo Nai feeling defeated, like he was punching with all his strength only to hit a wad of cotton. If Yang Kai never went to the Noreturn Pass, what was the point of sacrificing a dozen territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest to create Meng Ke, the new pseudo-royal lord? Faced with such a cunning and cautious opponent, who also possessed extraordinary strength and means like Yang Kai, Emo Nai felt incredibly frustrated. Deep within the void, Yang Kai concealed his aura and manipulated space principles, almost merging his body with the void. The demon eye of annihilation penetrated through space as he silently observed the scene a million kilometers away, where a squad transporting goods had just been plundered by him and 4 territory lords forming a battle formation were stationed. Shortly after, No Nai arrived in a hurry and asked about the situation, his face dark and gloomy. The same routine, the same result. Yang Kai intimidated the territory lord who had the space ring with his soul secret technique, forcing him to hand over the goods or he would kill them all. This happened countless times over the past 10 years, and it always succeeded. It was not that the territory lords were cowardly, but they had no choice when facing certain death. Of course, Emo Nai had an idea about how to overcome this dastardly move. He simply had to order the territory lords to not comply. If Yang Kai really used his soul secret technique and killed the territory lords, he would not be better off. He would have to find a place to heal for the next 2 or 3 years. But this approach was only a temporary solution. Sacrificing territory lords would not solve the problem, and when Yang Kai recovered, he would surely come back again. There were not many innate territory lords in the Black Ink clan to sacrifice, so it was better to let them use the source fusion technique. At least they could contribute to creating a pseudo-royal lord. In other words, this solution simply wasn't feasible. Emo Nai felt completely defeated. He was stronger than Yang Kai, and in terms of intelligence and cunning, he was not inferior by much. However, he was still forced to dance to the opponent's tune as Yang Kai's space secret techniques were an insurmountable obstacle. At this moment, Emo Nai suddenly brightened up and quickly took out a communication bead. As he felt a slight vibration from this little bead, he almost cried out. For 10 years, he had been trying to contact Yang Kai but had never received a response. Unexpectedly, today, exactly 10 years later, Yang Kai contacted him. Emo Nai's divine sense surged as he checked the message transmitted through the communication bead. It was a simple message, 50%. Emo Nai's anger rose rapidly, but he forcibly suppressed it and tried to reply calmly, "Sir, Yang, you are too greedy." Yang Kai's response came quickly too, and it made Emo Nai feel uncomfortable. Over the past 10 years, what % of your mind resources made it back to the Noreturn Pass? Emo Nai roared inside. Aren't you the one who knows that best? Less than 100 out of roughly 1,000 teams have returned, so at best a paltry 10%. This had made it so that those currently sourcing for resources outside dared not easily send resources back and could only stay at the mining sites and wait for the Noreturn Pass to resolve Yang Kai's matter before making further arrangements. This king does not want to cut off all diplomatic ties. Over the years, I have never laid a hand on any of the territory lords, only taking a few meager resources. I hope that the Black Ink clan can also understand the greater good and the overall situation. Only through sincere cooperation between the two sides on this matter can there be mutual benefit and mutual gain. Looking at the words transmitted through the communication bead, Emo Nai's face twitched uncontrollably. He had interacted with many humans before, but he had never seen anyone so shameless before. The resources were gathered by the Black Ink clan, with the humans contributing nothing at all. Yang Kai was just going around robbing them, and now he had the audacity to talk about righteousness and sincere cooperation for mutual benefit. How could Emo Nai not understand his intentions? All these grandiose words were just a thinly veiled threat. The implicit meaning in his words was that if the Black Ink clan did not understand the greater good and the overall situation, he would continue to loot until they capitulated. By then, the losses for the Black Ink clan would only be more devastating. Nai thought he had understood humans well enough, but today he realized that his so-called understanding was only scratching the surface. A human race master with such a formidable reputation could be shameless to this degree. It was truly eye-opening. Nai was so angry that he actually threw his head back and laughed out loud. He wanted to say something cutting, but was afraid of provoking Yang Kai, so he did not know how to respond. While he was hesitating, Yang Kai sent another message. Sir Nai, this king has already been benevolent towards the Black Ink clan. Please don't force my hand. These years, I have never gone to the Norreturn Pass. Compared to the high-rank Black Ink nests in the Norreturn Pass, a few resources are nothing in comparison. You should be able to discern the difference in weight, right? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5688. The one who keeps thinking about stealing. Faced with such an open and blatant threat, Nai not only did not get angry, but instead felt a sense of relief that Yang Kai had finally taken this step. The reason he left the Norreturn Pass was to give a false impression to Yang Kai that there was only one royal lord on guard now, and he had a chance to destroy the Black Ink nests. Unfortunately, for the past 10 years, Yang Kai had never appeared outside of the Norreturn Pass and had been constantly looting the resource squads, causing the royal lord's initial plan to fail. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai finally revealed intentions of using the Black Ink nests to threaten the Black Ink clan. Nai was secretly delighted and quickly replied, Yang Kai, some things can be done once or twice, but not thrice. You have trespassed into the Norreturn Pass twice and destroyed many Black Ink nests, but if you dare try this again, I, Nai, will never let you go. The message was sent out, but there was no response after a long time of waiting. 1,000,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai carefully observed each change in Nai's expression and began making plans in his heart. He had thought about going to the Norreturn Pass to threaten to destroy some Black Ink nests and force the Black Ink clan to meet his demands, and had even taken action for this purpose. Over the past 10 years, he had secretly investigated the Norreturn Pass several times. However, with his increasing mastery of the Tao of Time, his sensitivity to future crises had become much higher. This sense had helped him avoid some dangers during his last rampage in the Norreturn Pass, and it was the same now. Every time he approached the Norreturn Pass, the idea of destroying Black Ink nests would unconsciously bring a sense of peril, as if there was a great danger hidden within the Norreturn Pass that could threaten him. This puzzled Yang Kai greatly. Nai had gone to the depths of void for all these years, and only one royal lord was guarding the Norreturn Pass. According to his current strength, as long as he avoided that royal lord, the Norreturn Pass would be his to enter and exit as he pleased. With the Norreturn Pass being such a large area and the numerous high-rank Black Ink nests of the Black Ink clan so scattered, one royal lord couldn't look after all of them. So, where did this sense of danger come from? The sense of danger he felt during his last rampage in the Norreturn Pass was due to Nai hiding in the shadows. Based on his experience from last time, Yang Kai naturally guessed that the Black Ink clan had produced another pseudo-royal lord. Nai believed that Yang Kai knew nothing about the situation at the Norreturn Pass, but in reality, Yang Kai had been observing secretly to confirm his suspicions. And Nai's response this time was undeniable evidence of this. Regardless of whether it was Nai when he was still an innate territory lord in the past or the current Nai as a pseudo-royal lord, he would always address Yang Kai as Sir Yang, naturally showing respect to an elite fighter regardless of their hostile relationship. But this time, Nai addressed Yang Kai by his name directly, and his words carried a hidden threat, almost like he was daring Yang Kai to immediately cause trouble at the Norreturn Pass. This was not Nai's usual behavior. Yang Kai, seeing this, knew that his suspicion was probably correct. There must be a new pseudo-royal lord at the Norreturn Pass, lying in ambush with the royal lord. In the void, Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled, finding it quite interesting to engage in this battle of wits with Nai. He thus quickly replied, "Just wait and see. This time, this king will not rest until he destroys 10 high-rank black ink nests." After transmitting the message, Yang Kai put away his communication bead and disappeared from sight. In the distant void, Imo Nayi also hurriedly put away his communication bead, raised his palm, and a surge of thick black ink strength rushed out, quickly forming a vortex in his palm. Within the vortex, a very delicate and small black ink nest appeared. This was a low-rank black ink nest, which was not yet mature. Such a black ink nest was not very useful to the Black Ink clan, but it was perfect for transmitting messages. Now, the territory lords who were searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts and escorting the supply teams almost all had such a miniature black ink nest, just to facilitate rapid communication with each other. By summoning this small black ink nest, Imo Nayi sent a message to the No-Return Pass, informing the royal lord about Yang Kai's imminent arrival and telling them to prepare. After doing so, Imo Nayi also hurried towards the No-Return Pass, secretly praying for a swift victory. If Yang Kai thought that there was only one royal lord guarding the No-Return Pass, he would surely make a mistake, and if the royal lord and Meng Ke teamed up, they only needed to entangle him for 10 breaths so the territory lords could activate the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array. Once the Grand Array was formed, Yang Kai would be trapped like a cornered beast. Without the ability to use space principles to flee, Yang Kai would only be a slightly stronger 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, incapable of facing all the elites of the Black Ink clan. After years of entanglement, is it finally time to determine the winner and loser of our little game? Imo Nayi suddenly felt like he was dreaming. However, he had only made it halfway back when he suddenly stopped and hastily summoned the miniature black ink nest. As his divine sense poured it to investigate, his face turned pale in an instant. The message from the black ink nest was too bizarre to believe at first, but after verifying it a few times, he confirmed that he had indeed read it correctly. Standing there, his expression fluctuated for a moment before he turned and flew in another direction. Half a day later, he arrived in a spot in the void and appeared before 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation. Sir Imo Nayi. The 4 territory lords were overjoyed to see him as if they had seen their savior. "What happened?" Imo Nayi asked in a deep voice. One of the 4 territory lords immediately recounted their encounter with Yang Kai, which was actually quite simple. They were escorting a supply team back to the No-Return Pass when Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Over the years, they had encountered Yang Kai several times, but he had never attacked them directly. Instead, he attacked the Black Ink clansmen who were transporting materials, killing mostly low-rank soldiers. For the 4 territory lords, Yang Kai mainly used his soul secret technique as a threat, forcing them to compromise and hand over the resources. Under threat of imminent death, the territory lords had no choice but to comply. As a result, every time Yang Kai made a move, he was able to gain something. But this time, Yang Kai not only slaughtered the Black Ink clansmen transporting the materials, but also injured the 4 territory lords, one of whom was seriously wounded. Imo Nayi was not angry after listening to this, but rather pleasantly surprised. He used his soul secret technique. Yang Kai often used his soul secret technique to intimidate territory lords, but he had never actually activated it before. Imo Nayi even suspected that Yang Kai was just bluffing this whole time. Imo Nayi had intended to prevent the territory lords from compromising at all costs, but he knew that even if he issued such an order, the territory lords would find it difficult to hold out in a life-or-death crisis. Losing the materials was a small matter, but losing territory lords was a serious blow. But if Yang Kai had used his soul secret technique this time, it meant that he would enter a period of retreat and recuperation for the next 2 or 3 years. This would undoubtedly be his weakest time, and if they could find his whereabouts, the situation would be promising. However, to Imo Nayi's surprise, the 4 territory lords looked embarrassed and shook their heads in unison. The speaking territory lord cried out, "He did not." Upon hearing that, Imo Nayi's joyous expression instantly disappeared, and he frowned. If he didn't use his soul secret technique, how did he manage to injure all of you like this? The 4 and 8 territory lords had formed the 4 symbols formation, making it impossible for Yang Kai to pose a substantial threat to them without using his sole secret technique. Although Yang Kai was strong, he was not yet strong enough to break this formation forcibly. Even Mo Na Yi would have to work hard to injure the 4 territory lords who were united in this formation. The expressions of the 4 territory lords became even more embarrassed and they stammered, not knowing how to explain. However, Mo Na Yi had already figured it out at that point and asked with a stern face, "Did you break the battle formation yourselves?" Only then could Yang Kai pick them off one by one. The territory lord who spoke earlier shamefully admitted, "Yes. It's just that maintaining the 4 symbols formation consumes our mental strength, and although there was no problem in the short term, it's been 10 years now. We find it difficult to maintain the battle formation at all times, so..." In fact, it wasn't just these 4 territory lords. Other territory lords who had formed 4 symbols and 5 elements formations also encountered similar problems. Maintaining the battle formation for a long time put a heavy burden on their minds, so sometimes they would break the battle formation to disconnect their auras and let themselves recover a little. How could they have known that Yang Kai would take advantage of this opportunity to attack them? If they hadn't been on alert and quickly formed the battle formation again after Yang Kai appeared, they might have suffered more than just injuries. The territory lord cautiously peered at Mo Na Yi's expression, thinking that he would be severely reprimanded for their failure. However, all Mo Na Yi did was sigh. "It was my carelessness." He thought that their operation against Yang Kai would not take too long, but he never expected that it would take 10 years and still not produce any results. If Yang Kai could injure 4 territory lords in just 10 years, what about another 10 or 100 years? It was as the saying went, one need not fear a thief who always steals, they should fear the thief who constantly thinks of stealing. When Mo Na Yi first heard this, he did not understand, but now he finally did. "Yang Kai, that thief. You are truly my eternal nemesis." That bastard even vowed to destroy 10 high-rank black ink nests in the Noreturn Pass, but all he did was go against his words and injure 4 territory lords. I was a fool to have believed anything he said. It appeared that Yang Kai had seen through the arrangements at the Noreturn Pass, which was why he had never gone there, but instead wreaked havoc out here in the void. "Send a message to the other squads and tell all territory lords to be careful. Yang Kai could strike at any time," Mo Na Yi ordered, remembering the lesson from these 4 territory lords as he believed that Yang Kai would strike again. Then, the 4 territory lords followed Mo Na Yi's order and took out their miniature black ink nests to spread the word. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5689. A big mouth can swallow up the world. To prevent Yang Kai from wheeling around and finishing the job, Mo Na Yi personally escorted these 4 injured territory lords back to the Noreturn Pass. One of them was severely injured, and even though he could barely manage to maintain the battle formation with the other 3, they were still at risk of being targeted and defeated. For safety reasons, it was best for them to not expose themselves outside anymore. Mo Na Yi's compassion moved the 4 territory lords to tears of gratitude. Only when they arrived at the Noreturn Pass did they feel safe. Mo Na Yi then went to see the royal lord to share his suspicions. When the royal lord heard that Yang Kai might have already seen through the trap set up at the Noreturn Pass, his face grew dark and his anger was almost palpable. They had sacrificed a dozen innate territory lords and a high-rank black ink nest to create Meng Kai, a pseudo-royal lord, all to lure Yang Kai to the Noreturn Pass and eliminate him. But if Yang Kai did not show up, all their plans would be in vain and Meng Kai would be useless. "Sir, the more time passes, the more detrimental it will become to the Black Ink clan. There are no longer many supply squads that can return to the Noreturn Pass. Besides, the territory lords are already exhausted from maintaining the battle formation for such a long time, and they may not be able to hold on much longer." Mo Na Yi reported carefully while observing the royal lord's reaction. Why can't we deal with 1/8 order human?" the royal lord exclaimed in anger. Mo Na Yi was speechless upon hearing this. If they had a way to deal with Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be in such a difficult spot in the first place. This human was not someone they could defeat with brute strength alone. After some contemplation, Mo Na Yi said, "Sir Royal Lord, please be prepared. This time, Our Black Ink clan may really have to make sacrifices to quell the situation. The royal lord turned to him and glared. Are you suggesting that we agree to his ridiculous demands? Nai shook his head and replied, it's impossible to agree to his demands for 50%. Those resources were painstakingly extracted by our Black Ink clan, while he did nothing but threaten us with despicable means. He is out of his mind if he thinks he can take half of all our hard-earned resources. However, if we give him too little, he may not agree either. The royal lord waved his hand impatiently. It's up to you to decide. Don't bother me with this matter anymore. Just hearing Yang Kai's name gave the royal lord a headache. How could a human like him exist? He would rather fight Fu Guang, a real divine dragon, than hear Yang Kai's name ringing in his ears again. Then, Nai nodded respectfully before withdrawing in embarrassment. As a subordinate, he should not burden the royal lord, but instead, he felt the humiliation of being incapable of resolving the issue at hand. However, there was no other solution to the current problem. Yang Kai had been causing trouble for the past 10 years, plundering 90% of their resources while holding the territory lords of the Norreturn Pass in check. Even Nai himself had been running around in circles all these years, with nothing to show for his efforts. If this chaos continued, the territory lords would likely collapse from exhaustion, and once that happened, the losses that followed would far exceed a few measly resources. After some contemplating, Nai decided to contact Yang Kai using his communication bead to discuss the matter. However, before he could do so, he summoned his miniature black ink nest and inspected a new message that was just sent to him. Letting out a sigh after seeing this message, he hurriedly rushed towards the depths of the void. Another 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation were ambushed and injured by Yang Kai, losing all their resources in the process. When Nai arrived at the scene, he realized that the situation was much worse than he had expected. The injuries to these 4 territory lords were not too serious as they had been on guard and immediately formed the 4 symbols formation to protect themselves after the ambush. However, after a more careful inspection, Nai was startled to find that 2 of the territory lords had identical injuries, just a finger's length left of their heart. This position was not a fatal wound for a Black Ink clan master, but it still made Nai frown. Was this intentional or just a coincidence? If it was unintentional, everything would be fine, but if Yang Kai had done this deliberately, it was a worrying issue. If this was Yang Kai's doing, it was undoubtedly a message that said he could kill one or both of these territory lords, but chose to hold back to not escalate the situation further. This was his way of showing both his sincerity and his determination. Nai couldn't help a wry grin from appearing on his face. This guy came to the Black Ink clan trying to take the lion's share, plundering the Black Ink clan's resources, and yet he was still showing sincerity. What was he trying to do? Earn profit by being friendly. But the wealth he would be earning belonged to the Black Ink clan. Sir Nai, a territory lord, walked over and handed him an item with caution. We found this after Yang Kai disappeared. It should be something he left behind on purpose. Nai turned to look and recognized it as a universe chart from the human race. But why would Yang Kai leave such a thing here? Nai was puzzled, so he took the universe chart and immersed his divine sense to investigate it. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. Yang Kai deliberately left this universe chart here for no other reason than to further threaten them. When Nai inspected the universe chart, he easily identified many locations that were highlighted. When he projected this onto the real Black Ink battlefield, it was not difficult to see that all of the marked positions were staging points for the Black Ink clan's mining operations. There were hundreds of these marked positions, which meant that Yang Kai had already found most of the locations where the Black Ink clan was gathering resources. If he wanted to, he could just go to those places directly, wipe out the Black Ink clan soldiers, and take all the resources for himself. If that happened, the Black Ink clan's source of resources would be greatly reduced. It should be noted that there were no elites guarding those places. Faced with a killing star like Yang Kai, the low-rank clansman could not resist at all. How did he manage to do all this and still raid so many of our convoys? Nai couldn't figure it out at all. Yang Kai had been plundering resource squads everywhere for the past 10 years, Yet he somehow found the time to investigate these mining outposts where resources were being exploited as well. It had to be noted that each of these locations was no less than a few million kilometers away from each other, which would take a significant time to travel between. Imo could only sigh and think that space secret techniques were truly unparalleled when it came to mobility. The distances that seemed far away to others were nothing to Yang Kai. This was what allowed him to gather so much information in a mere 10 years. The markings on this universe chart were like the wounds on the two territory lords, both a threat and a sincere gesture. Imo understood everything and became crestfallen. Even if he had achieved the status of pseudo-royal lord, he was still defeated by Yang Kai in this confrontation. Both he and the Black Ink clan were defeated. Yang Kai alone had disrupted the Black Ink clan's entire operation on the Black Ink battlefield despite them going all out to stop him. In fact, for the past 10 years, they hadn't so much as wounded Yang Kai, and now, after all that, they still had to compromise. Let all the territory lords return to the Northern Pass, Imo said, feeling dejected. The 4 territory lords were surprised as one of them asked, "Sir, what about Yang Kai?" "I'll talk it out with him." The territory lords exchanged glances upon hearing this and understood what Imo meant. Although they were relieved that they no longer had to be on edge every day, each territory lord's heart was still shrouded in thick humiliation. Soon after, the territory lords departed. Imo stood in the void, took out the communication bead, and played with it in his hand as if he was pondering something. A moment later, he suddenly turned his head and saw a figure standing nearby while looking at him with a smile and cupping his fist in greeting, "Sir Imo Imo's face twitched. This bastard is truly daring. He's actually been hiding nearby all this time and even dared to appear in front of me like this. He couldn't help but have the immediate urge to attack, but this thought was like a wave in the storm that quickly dissipated. There was no way Imo could kill Yang Kai here, and if he tried, it would only worsen his position. "Sir Yang, your skills are truly impressive." Imo saluted him, unsure whether he was being sarcastic or sincere. Yang Kai shrugged it off while smiling. "From the looks of it, you have made a decision, yes?" Imo lowered his brow and muttered, "The matter of resources has been fully entrusted to me by Sir Royal Lord." "Very good," Yang Kai smiled and declared, "My proposal from last time is still valid." Imo immediately shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. "Sir Yang," he paused, then continued, "we've known each other for many years now, and as you humans say, you don't truly know someone until you've fought them. Although we're on different sides, I admire you greatly, and calling you sir seems a bit formal. How about I call you Brother Yang?" "What should I call you then? Brother Imo? Those from the Black Ink clan don't have surnames, right?" Imo said solemnly, "Only the Royal Lord has the qualification to use Imo as a surname. For example, our current king is Imo Yu. Those beneath the Royal Lord may use their own names and surnames. Brother Yang can just call me by my name." Yang Kai nodded lightly as he felt like he had heard a piece of news of some importance. The human race had never figured out the name or surname of the Royal Lord and didn't know how to address him. Fortunately, there was only one true Royal Lord in the Black Ink clan right now, so they always addressed him as the Royal Lord. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai learned this bit of information from Imo today, though it wasn't of much use. Imo continued, "Brother Yang, 50% is impossible. All the resources are extracted by my Black Ink clan and transported by us. You haven't put in any effort yet. You want to take away half? Aren't you being a bit too greedy?" Yang Kai grinned, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. "There's an old saying among us humans, a big mouth can swallow up the world." Saying so, he even pointed at his face, as if to say, "Look at how big my mouth is." Imo rubbed his temple, looking a bit headache-ridden. "Brother Yang, I am sincerely discussing this matter with you today. Please don't joke around." Yang Kai spat disdainfully and also adjusted his expression as he said, "In that case, I want to know how much the Black Ink clan can offer." Imo held up a finger, but then curved it and calmly said, 5%? Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Emo Nai, you would make an excellent salesman. If it's only 5%, why bother discussing the matter at all? I might as well rob your Black Ink clan's supply teams and take 90%. Wouldn't that be simpler? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5690. Agreed? Emo Nai shook his head and said, Brother Yang, why play dumb? Although you have been able to take away 90% of our resources over the past decade, that's only because we haven't changed our resource exploitation strategy. But if this continues, we will likely completely give up on the Black Ink battlefield resource extraction. What will you gain then? If this were to happen, it would be a disastrous outcome for both sides. The Black Ink clan would stop extracting resources from the Black Ink battlefield, and Yongkai would naturally not be able to plunder anything. However, such a situation was impossible. The resources from the Black Ink battlefield were indispensable to the Black Ink clan. They needed these resources to maintain their military advantage and to provide for those within the clan, especially the acquired territory lords. If the supply of resources from the Black Ink battlefield was cut off, there might not be an immediate impact, but over time, the Black Ink clan's overall strength would inevitably decline significantly. This was not something that the Black Ink clan would be willing to accept. On the other hand, the human race would not be affected in the slightest. It was just that Yongkai would be restricted from acting. However, now that he was unencumbered, being restricted was not a big deal. Yongkai was well aware of this, so he remained unmoved. As Emo Nai realized he couldn't convince Yongkai, he sighed and put down his raised finger. Good, Brother Yang. You can have 10% of our clan's resources. That should be enough, right? 10% is not small indeed, Yongkai replied, but it's still not enough. Emo Nai frowned. Brother Yang, how much do you want? Please be straightforward. I'll compromise. I won't ask for 50%, and you won't offer 10%. Let's settle on 40%. 20%. Emo Nai immediately counter-offered. After some thought, Yongkai gestured with his hand. 30%. Emo Nai, there's no need to haggle further. 30% is my bottom line. If the Black Ink clan can't agree, then there's no need to continue this conversation. Emo Nai felt angry at Yongkai's domineering approach, wondering if he was there to rob them or just looking for trouble. There was no space for negotiation if he had to put it that way. However, Yongkai continued, all resources gathered from outside should be handed over by the Black Ink clan. Every 10 years. No, every 5 years. The Black Ink clan will allocate 30% of everything that they've gathered from the Black Ink battlefield and hand it over to me at the Norreturn Pass. If you agree, I won't obstruct the Black Ink clan's resource-gathering operations in the future. Emo Nai raised his brow at this proposal. If this was the deal, then there would still be room for maneuvering. Frankly speaking, the amount and quality of resources returned by each mining team was different, and if they were not carefully inspected, no one would know exactly what was in the shipment. Yongkai said he wanted 30%, but he couldn't check all the resources gathered by each squad. Besides, the Black Ink clan would also not allow him to do so. Even if they gave him 20% or less, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Of course, if it was too little, Yongkai would naturally raise objections. So, when he said he wanted 30%, it was just a euphemism as he probably predicted such skimming would happen in the future. After a brief pause, Emo Nai nodded and said, if that's the case, I can't agree to Brother Yang's request. I have another condition, Yongkai said. Emo Nai thought to himself that things were never that simple. After dealing with Yongkai for such a long time, he knew he wasn't a person to settle for less. Please speak, Brother Yang. Emo Nai gestured. Yongkai looked past him in the direction of the Norreturn Pass and stated firmly, I don't want to see any pseudo-royal lords on any of the great territory battlefields. He really guessed it. Emo Nai was secretly shocked. Meng Ke had become a pseudo-royal lord some 10 years ago, but he remained hidden since then. The royal lord had originally planned to let Emo Nai appear outside to lure Yongkai into attacking the Norreturn Pass. However, Yongkai had not once done so, as if he had been wary of the trap there. Emo Nai suspected that Yongkai had figured everything out, but he had no way to verify this. Now, after hearing Yongkai's words, he knew that his suspicions were correct. In addition, Mo Na Yi had planned to let Ming Ke continue to lurk after this matter was resolved, working with the royal lord to guard the no-return pass. This way, Mo Na Yi could leave for the front lines, and the addition of a pseudo-royal lord would be enough to shift the tide on the battlefield. However, before he could implement this plan, Yang Kai stopped it with just a few simple words. This should not have been something that could be agreed to easily, but Mo Na Yi did not hesitate at all and said with a smile, "Rest assured, Brother Yang. I have been stationed at the no-return pass for many years. Sir Royal Lord has put me in charge of all battlefield affairs. I do not have the spare time or capacity to head to the front lines." The implication here was that there was only one pseudo-royal lord in the Black Ink clan, which was not the case. Yang Kai didn't point this out, nor did he have any thoughts of verifying it. The sense of crisis he had felt during the few times he approached the no-return pass over the past 10 years was enough to convince him that the Black Ink clan had another pseudo-royal lord besides Mo Na Yi. In that case, is this matter settled? Yang Kai asked while smiling. After some thought, Mo Na Yi replied, "Yes, it is." In response, Yang Kai laughed and casually grabbed something from the void and threw it towards Mo Na Yi. Mo Na Yi looked wary, but Yang Kai responded, "I said last time that I would buy you a drink when I come to the no-return pass again. This bottle of wine will serve as an appreciation gift for our cooperation." Mo Na Yi reached out and caught the bottle, only to find that it was not an artifact or a secret technique, just a simple container. At the same time, space principles fluctuated, and Yang Kai had already disappeared without a trace when Mo Na Yi looked up. Although he was constantly monitoring Yang Kai's movements, he could only vaguely sense the direction in which he left. The exact location was impossible to determine unless he actively chased after him. This secretly shocked Mo Na Yi. This bastard's mastery over the Tao of space is becoming more and more mysterious. If this continues, who among the Black Ink clan will ever be able to restrain him? Yang Kai's voice then resounded in his ears. "Today marks the beginning. I will notify you of the location for the exchange of resources in 5 years. In addition, I have received a lot of resources from your side over the past 10 years and know exactly how much your clan can collect. When it's time to make the delivery, you better not go too far, or I will find a way to make up the difference myself." Mo Na Yi narrowed his eyes and shattered the wine bottle in his hand, causing it to splash out across the void. With a cold snort, he turned and flew towards the no-return pass. Although the royal lord had entrusted him with this matter, he still needed to report what had transpired. The royal lord would definitely be furious, but at this point, if the Black Ink clan wanted to continue to obtain resources from the Black Ink battlefield, they could only let Yang Kai take advantage of them. In addition, Mo Na Yi had to put his own plan to head to the battlefield on hold for now. As for Ming Ke, he would just continue to stay hidden, and perhaps one day he could play a role. After dealing with the Black Ink clan's affairs, Yang Kai fell silent. The Black Ink clan knew he was hiding somewhere outside the no-return pass, but they had no way of knowing his precise location. Fortunately, he did not appear again to plunder the squads transporting resources, which gave the ordinary soldiers of the Black Ink clan some peace of mind. In the depths of the void, Yang Kai concealed his aura and hid his figure. This battle of wits with Mo Na Yi had ended with his victory. His only regret was that he did not kill a few territory lords. In fact, he had the opportunity to kill some of them, but he refrained from doing so as that would only completely enrage the Black Ink clan and be detrimental to his future plans. Setting a 5-year period was also because there would be too many variables if the time frame was too long. However, if he contacted the Black Ink clan too frequently, it would also pose a certain risk to him. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to take inventory of every shipment of resources from each Black Ink clan mining team that returned to the no-return pass and take 30% directly from them. But if he really did that, it would only give the Black Ink clan many chances to set up their heaven-sealing Earth-locking's grand array. The reason why he could act arrogantly in front of the many territory lords and treat Mo Na Yi, a pseudo-royal lord, as an equal today was because of his mastery of the Tao of space. But if he lost this reliance, Yang Kai would only be a slightly stronger 8th Order master. The grand array that could isolate space was his ultimate nemesis, so how could he give the Black Ink clan so many chances to set it up? In the desolate and undisturbed void, Yang Kai restrained his mind and silently contemplated the grand Tao of space within his body as he allowed time to pass. When it was time to receive the resources 5 years later, he sent a message to Imo Nayi, giving him a random location and then waited silently. Within half a day, an aura rapidly approached. Yang Kai turned his head to look only to realize that it was not Imo Nayi, but rather a feudal lord who arrived. At a distance, the feudal lord stopped, shaking in fear as he gazed at Yang Kai. It was as if the one standing in front of him was not a human, but an ominous beast that could strike and devour him at any moment. This couldn't be helped, as Yang Kai's name was too intimidating among the Black Ink clan. Dozens of innate territory lords had already died at his hands, so how could this feudal lord dare to face this killing star head-on? The feudal lord cupped his fist and his voice trembled as he said, "I am here on behalf of Imo Nayi, to deliver the resources to Esr. Please accept them." Saying so, he threw out a space ring. Yang Kai nodded lightly and grabbed the space ring, pouring his divine sense into it to inspect the contents. There were quite a few supplies, but according to Yang Kai's estimation, it should be less than the 30% which was agreed upon. It was certain that they had withheld some, as the Black Ink clan would not be so obedient to hand over the full 30% of resources as agreed upon. However, the amount withheld was not excessive. There was still probably around 25%, so Yang Kai pretended not to notice as he had already anticipated this would happen. After waiting for a moment and seeing that Yang Kai had no further reaction, the feudal lord hurriedly said, If there are no problems, I shall report back now." After stumbling over his words, he immediately turned around to flee, not wanting to stay here a moment longer. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5691, Every 5 years. "Wait," Yang Kai called out suddenly. The feudal lord froze upon hearing that and turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. "Is there something else, sir?" Yang Kai took out a bottle of wine and tossed it over. "Take this to Imo Nayi." Having received benefits from the Black Ink clan, it was only natural for him to return something in exchange. This was the principle of reciprocity, and besides, Yang Kai had plenty of fine wine in his small universe. The feudal lord accepted the bottle and carefully stored it away, but when he looked up again, Yang Kai had already disappeared. The feudal lord couldn't help but shiver as he quickly flew back to the no-return pass. When he arrived, he reported the exchange of goods and presented the bottle of wine. However, Imo Nayi's brow just twitched upon seeing it, feeling absolutely disgusted. Last time, Yang Kai gave him a bottle of wine which he refused to drink and just smashed directly. That time could be considered a private gift from Yang Kai to him which nobody saw, so it didn't matter. However, it was different this time. The resources were handed over by the feudal lord, and it was the first time that they had exchanged goods with Yang Kai. Many in the no-return pass were watching this matter closely. If this matter were to spread, what would the royal lord think? What would the other territory lords think? It would seem as if Imo Nayi had a close relationship with Yang Kai, possibly even engaging in some shady deals. If he didn't explain this matter clearly, how could the royal lord trust him in the future? Imo Nayi wished he could immediately go out and fight Yang Kai to prove his innocence. After dismissing the feudal lord, he dared not delay. He took the bottle of wine and went to the royal lord's Black Ink nest to report word for word what the feudal lord said. Fortunately, the royal lord didn't have much of a reaction. He simply acknowledged the matter calmly and dismissed Imo Nayi. Imo Nayi reaffirmed that he could not let his guard down when dealing with such a despicable and shameless person like Yang Kai. Otherwise, he would likely be taken advantage of by him. However, the enmity between the human race and Black Ink clans was deep and unresolvable, so Yang Kai's little tricks had minimal effect. Though, this simple method of sowing discord could have unforeseen consequences if it was used on someone else not within the two camps. It had negligible consequences between blood enemies. The soldiers of the human race and Black Ink clans on the frontline battlefield continued to clash, while the no-return pass remained as calm as usual. In fact, since the Black Ink clan captured the no-return pass, Yang Kai had either come alone or led a small group of humans to cause trouble less than a handful of times. Without Yang Kai, the no-return pass would have been completely quiet and comfortable, with many territory lords who had been severely injured in battle willing to return here and rest in the high-rank black ink nests. Every 5 years, the Black Ink clan sent out the counted goods from the no-return pass and handed them over to Yang Kai. However, since the first time they were deceived, no Black Ink clansman dared to easily accept the fine wine that Yang Kai offered, leaving him helpless. Each time Yang Kai exchanged goods with the Black Ink clan, he would simply designate a random location. The void was vast anyway, so if he simply chose a spot at random, he would not have to fear that Black Ink clan would set him up. Overall, everything went smoothly, and over the past century, Yang Kai accumulated many valuable resources. Considering the time, the day was soon approaching that he had agreed to meet Yang Lai and the others. After receiving a bit less than 30% of the Black Ink clan's gathered resources again, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed to the humans' resource-gathering site. Before this, he had left space beacons along the way, so it was not difficult to cross this route and search for Yang Lai and the others. As expected, Yang Lai vented his pent-up anger on Yang Kai as soon as he arrived. He roared about how Yang Kai and Big Head Me were wasting his talents by sending him here. He also wanted Yang Kai to go back to the Supreme Headquarters and request Big Head Me to transfer him back to the front lines of the battlefield. Only when Yang Kai agreed to make the request did Yang Lai stop complaining. Over the past 100 years, tens of thousands of human race cultivators had been mining and gathering resources in this region. This place was deep within the Black Ink battlefield, far beyond the region where the royal city used to be. So, even though a century had passed, this area remained peaceful and undisturbed. This was good news, and it was also what Yang Kai hoped to see. If the Black Ink clan found traces of the tens of thousands of human race masters collecting resources here, they would have to relocate far away. It was not wise to fight the Black Ink clan here because these human masters' strength was generally not high, which was why they were sent here to gather resources in the first place. Fighting was not their concern. After gathering the past 100 years' harvest, Yang Kai bid farewell to Yang Lai and the others. Then, he connected to the World Tree and used it to guide him into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then returned to the Star boundary. Without delay, he went directly to the Supreme Headquarters and handed over all the harvests of the past 100 years to Mi Jing Luan. After examining the items, Mi Jing Luan was greatly surprised and couldn't help asking, when did the resources from the Black Ink battlefield become so rich? He had roughly estimated how much the tens of thousands of soldiers could mine in 100 years, as he knew the situation in the Black Ink battlefield very well, having spent over 10,000 years there. However, the amount that Yang Kai brought back was easily triple what he had estimated. Originally, according to his estimation, the tens of thousands of soldiers could only delay the exhaustion of their supplies, even if they worked day and night to gather and mine in suitable areas. But with Yang Kai bringing back so much, the human race's consumption of resources over the past century was immediately replenished, and there was even some surplus. This was truly an unexpected delight. However, he soon thought of something and looked at Yang Kai solemnly. Did you plunder these from the Black Ink clan? Only the Black Ink clan could have so many resources. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this sight in front of him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "You could put it that way. I made some agreements with the Black Ink clan, and from now on, I will receive 30% of what they mine from the Black Ink battlefield. What I've passed to you includes those that were gathered by the humans, and those obtained from the no-return pass." Mi Jing Luan's expression became complex. Although Yang Kai did not say how he achieved this, Mi Jing Luan could imagine the difficulties and dangers he faced. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Ink clan had no choice but to agree due to certain circumstances, how was it possible for them to agree to Yang Kai's outrageous demands? Moreover, Yang Kai acted alone. So how did he manage to make the Black Ink clan agree to his terms? Over the past 100 years, Yang Kai must have faced a lot of life-or-death crises. Mi Jing Luan felt a complex mix of emotions as he thought about how the heavy burden of hope for the entire race was placed on one person's shoulders. After taking a breath, he dropped to one knee to show his respect. Yang Kai was taken aback and quickly helped Mi Jing Luan up. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Mi Jing Luan, however, refused to stand up as he quickly replied, "This senior brother. On behalf of the trillions of humans, thank you, junior brother." That made young Kai feel embarrassed. "Senior brother, you're taking this too seriously. I was born human too, and many of my friends and family are fighting against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. This is just what I should do." After helping me Jing Luan up forcefully, he changed the subject. "Senior brother, how is the situation between the two sides?" "It's still the same as before. No major changes." On the various Great Territory battlefields, newcomers from both sides constantly emerged, while many elites also died on the battlefield. In this tense and hostile environment, having high qualifications didn't necessarily guarantee one would reap the most benefits. High qualifications only represented great potential. To gain more strength, one must first survive on the battlefield. Only then would they be capable of seizing their own future. The human race was not lacking in talent, but time. The first batch of good seedlings who directly ascended to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm had now reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, but to ascend to the 9th Order, they still needed time to accumulate heritage and hone their skills. As for the old 8th Order masters like me Jing Luan and Ouyang Lai, they had already reached their limits due to their initial potential and would never ascend to the 9th Order. On the other hand, Xiang Shan and Wei Junyang, who were a few of the eligible veterans to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, were still in retreat, and no one knew how they were doing or if everything was going smoothly. Breakthroughs were matters that outsiders could not help with. They could only rely on themselves. Yang Kai silently prayed that someday when he returned, he would be able to receive good news. Without staying long at the Supreme Headquarters, after his brief exchange with me Jing Luan, confirming that the situation between the two sides would not worsen in the short term, Yang Kai set out again, heading to Black Territory to use the secret passageway and rush back to the Black Ink battlefield. Every 5 years, the No-Return Pass sent out a batch of resources, while Ouyang Lai and others worked for 100 years before delivering their harvest. Over the long years, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth through the void alone, bringing one batch of resources after another from the Black Ink battlefield to the human race to use for their cultivation. With Yang Kai's efforts, the Supreme Headquarters no longer had to worry about resources as the amount he brought back every 100 years was enough to fulfill their needs. During this period, Yang Kai also took the time to go to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction to investigate the situation. The battle there was extremely intense, but thanks to Wu Kuang's cooperation with the suppressing Black Ink army, the gap in the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction had never expanded. Those from Black Ink clan that could rush through the gap were greatly suppressed in both quantity and quality. As a result, the 6,000 soldiers of the suppressing Black Ink army, coupled with the various arrangements of the suppressing Black Ink Fortress and Divine Dragon Fu Guang who was assuming command, were able to maintain the status quo. However, even after so many years of slaughter, there was no sign of decline among the Black Ink clan within the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. It was truly frightening as no one knew how many of them were lurking in the area and how many Black Ink clansmen would emerge in the end. It seemed as if they could never be eradicated. Now, the entire outside of the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction was covered by the Black Ink clouds formed by the Black Ink clansmen after their deaths. If it weren't for the suppressing Black Ink Fortress having its own protection against the invasion of Black Ink strength, even just dealing with that dense Black Ink strength would be enough to give the suppressing Black Ink army a headache. Yang Kai also learned from Fu Guang that a few royal lords inside the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction had attempted to break out, but most had failed. The few royal lords who had successfully emerged all suffered serious injuries in the process, making them no match for a divine dragon that was lying in ambush for them. Over the years, an impressive 8 royal lords had died by Fu Guang's claws. Martial Peak, Chapter 5692, Joyous News. When it came to who killed the most royal lords over the past thousands of years, it would undoubtedly be Fu Guang. There were precedents where 9th Order old ancestors had successfully killed royal lords on the Black Ink battlefield, but no 9th Order old ancestor had ever killed as many royal lords cumulatively. It was just that Fu Guang's impressive battle record was due to special circumstances, so his achievements could not be replicated. Under Wu Kuang's full control, The gap that was opened in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction could only allow territory lords to pass through safely. The same could not be said for the royal lords. The only consequence of forcing their way through the gap was being injured by the grand restriction, as well as suffering bombardment from the suppressing Black Ink army. Accordingly, none of the royal lords who charged out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction came out intact. Most of them only had 70% of their strength left, so how could they survive against a master like Fu Guang? Wu Kuang paid a heavy price for this feat, though. Although he was now a ninth-order open heaven realm master, he needed to exert all his strength to control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. For that reason, even his cultivation had been set aside. When Yang Kai came to ask him about the situation, he only spared a few words before cutting off their contact, apparently worried that he might make a mistake that would lead to irreparable damage. The situation at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was stable for the time being, so there was nothing for Yang Kai to worry about. In reality, there was nothing he could do either. He even took the time to travel to the chaotic dead territory and delivered a generous amount of 5 elements materials to Zhang Ruoxi. Although he left some for her last time, that was only enough to last 1,000 years. Now that several hundred years had passed, she had probably exhausted most of them already. Having not seen Ruoxi for so many years, the increase in her strength was very obvious. Compared to when she first advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, her aura had undoubtedly become several times more substantial. The reason behind everything was the continuous refinement of her Heaven's Order bloodline and the increase in the heritage of her small universe. That was especially true for the latter reason. Ordinary cultivators had to refine a full set of 7 elements materials to maintain balance in their small universe, but Zhang Ruo, she had the help of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, so she only needed to refine 5 elements power while pure yin and yang were simply supplied directly to her. As a result, her cultivation period was reduced by some 30% compared to ordinary cultivators. Both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan attached great importance to Ruoxi's cultivation. Over the years, they had been encouraging her to cultivate the 5 elements materials without the slightest pause. Fortunately, Zhang Ruoxi herself had the kind of character that could endure great loneliness and hardship. Knowing that she would only shine brightly in the upcoming war if she became stronger, she had doubled her diligence over the past few years. In this way, it was only natural for her strength to grow in leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since Yang Kai reached an agreement with Mo Naiyi to receive 30% of the cultivation resources from the Black Ink clan. Over the past 1,000 years, Yang Kai not only traveled to the chaotic dead territory and the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, but also the no return pass. He had ferried the resources gained by the human race masters from various places to the supreme headquarters, perfectly acting as a delivery man, providing the best guarantee for the cultivation of the human race masters. When Yang Kai was weak, months and years seemed like an extremely long time, but now that he was stronger, 1,000 years was nothing to be bothered about. Especially considering the war between both races had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Yang Kai had not been actively cultivating over the recent years, but he would still take time to contemplate the grandeur of space and time during his downtime. Even so, he had reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. His small universe had been expanded to its limits, and he could clearly perceive the invisible shackles surrounding it, restricting him from further improvements to his strength. These were the inherent shackles produced by the Open Heaven realm method. Aside from the Heaven's Order bloodline that Zhang Ruoxi carried, which allowed her to ignore these shackles, nobody had ever succeeded in breaking these bonds since ancient times. Inside the main hall of the No Return Pass, Mo Naiyi was reading various reports regarding the front lines. One of the battlefields had suffered a strong attack from the human race and experienced heavy losses recently, so the number of troops there needed to be replenished. The territory lords of another battlefield had been slaughtered, so more masters needed to be transferred over. Recently, he could clearly sense that the battle between the Black Ink clan and the human race had become more fierce. That was not just caused by the continuous development of the situation, but also the increasing number of masters among the two races. After so many years, The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Territory Lords were no longer comparable to when the invasion of the 3,000 worlds began. The more masters there were, the more fierce the battles became. Mo-Na-Yi had a vague feeling in his heart that the current situation between the Black Ink Clan and the human race would not last for much longer. When the masters of both races reached a critical number, or some external factor was triggered, the flames of war would fully erupt and engulf the entire universe. Mo-Na-Yi had been helping Royal Lord Mo-Yu manage the affairs of the Black Ink Clan for many years now, so he naturally knew how to deal with the situation at hand. The only thing that troubled him was the other pseudo-royal lord, Meng Quebec. Ever since Meng Ke advanced to become a pseudo-royal lord, he had been restless and anxious, wanting nothing more than to slaughter the human race masters to prove his strength. Fortunately, the royal lord did not allow him to act. Leaving aside their agreement with Yang Kai, it was problematic for a pseudo-royal lord to appear on the battlefield. Even without the agreement, Meng Ke was one of the Black Ink Clan's hidden trump cards, so how could they reveal their hands so easily? Slaying a small number of human race masters would not affect the larger picture, so Meng Ke should only reveal himself during a critical situation. It would be best if he could reverse the power balance between the Black Ink Clan and the human race in one fell swoop, which would lay the foundation for the success of the Black Ink Clan. Besides, Mo-Na-Yi suspected that there were new Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the human race. Take Xiang Shan, for example. It had been many years since he disappeared. Even if Meng Ke made an appearance, the humans might not be helpless against him. Mo-Na-Yi had considered the best interests of the Black Ink Clan and Meng Ke, but Meng Ke refused to understand his kindness, becoming more and more presumptuous over the years. When the royal lord forbade him from leaving the No-Return Pass, Meng Ke had the brilliant idea of splitting authority instead. Therefore, Mo-Na-Yi couldn't help feeling a headache. A dozen innate territory lords had performed the source fusion technique, so why did Meng Ke have to succeed? Mo-Na-Yi prided himself on being able to see the bigger picture while not being blinded by authority and power. Everything he did was for the sake of the Black Ink Clan to one day dominate the universe. Hence, he naturally refused to split his authority with Meng Quebec. Having handled the affairs of the Black Ink Clan for so long, Mo-Na-Yi knew better than anybody about the difference between one compared to two people issuing orders. Fortunately, the royal lord favored Mo-Na-Yi. Faced with Meng Ke's many requests, Mo-Yu only focused on soothing Meng Ke and did not actually promise the latter anything. It was just that Meng Ke had hung around, and his nonsense was very grating on the ears. Mo-Na-Yi tried his best to ignore Meng Ke's rantings as he conveyed order after order, until one day, all of a sudden, wild laughter mixed with joy came from somewhere. Inside the main hall, Mo-Na-Yi, who was processing various reports, and Meng Ke, who was chattering away endlessly, couldn't help glancing at each other. They both saw the doubts in each other's eyes. If their guess was correct, the laughter belonged to the royal lord. Moreover, the source of the laughter was the black ink nest where the royal lord was currently inhabiting. Mo-Na-Yi hurriedly stood up and rushed outside. Not to be outdone, Meng Ke hurriedly followed. The laughter was very hearty, lasting for quite a while. When the two pseudo-royal lords arrived in front of the high-rank black ink nest, the royal lord Mo-Yu's laughter gradually subsided and a voice came from inside. "Come in." Mo-Na-Yi was about to step forward, but Meng Ke deliberately took a step ahead and walked ahead of him. Used to this kind of behavior, Mo-Na-Yi just quietly followed behind. Very soon, the two pseudo-royal lords stood before the Black Ink Clan's true royal lord in the depths of the black ink nest. Meng Ke was the first to speak. "Sir, did something joyous happen?" Mo-Yu nodded with a happy expression. "Indeed, something joyous has occurred." He did not explain himself clearly. People generally became cheerful during joyous occasions, and the Black Ink Clan was no exception. Instead, he probed his two closest aides for their thoughts. "Tell me, where does this joy come from?" Meng Ke was stunned and did not know what to say in response. It was true that he was a pseudo-royal lord, but he had always been known for his bad temper and straightforward temperament. Wit and intelligence were not his strong points. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then laughed in embarrassment. "Sir, this subordinate can't think of an answer. Keep thinking and speak whatever comes to mind. MOU said lightly. Meng Ke tentatively made a guess. The Black Ink clan enjoyed a huge victory on the front lines and slaughtered countless human race masters. If that was the case, it made sense for the royal lord's cheerful demeanor. MOU glanced at Meng Ke quietly without confirming or denying the statement. Then, he glanced towards the silent Mo Na Yi. What do you think, Mo Na Yi? Mo Na Yi considered the question and replied, has progress been made at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? MOU laughed. Correct. You're as smart as usual, Mo Na Yi. We have indeed made progress at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Mo Na Yi smiled with pride, but looked neither smug nor overly humble. Meng Ke instantly became upset and grumbled. How did you know? Mo Na Yi ignored Meng Ke and thought to himself scornfully, it's so obvious, only a fool like you would not realize the truth. Then, he heard the royal lord speaking. Explain it to him. Since the royal lord had spoken, Mo Na Yi could only obey. Over the years, the royal lord has remained quietly in the Black Ink nest without taking a single step outside. I have been managing all the affairs of the Black Ink clan's war efforts. Under ordinary circumstances, I have refrained from disturbing Sir Royal Lord with matters regarding the front lines. Even if we attained a great victory on the battlefields and slaughtered countless human race masters, the news would reach me first. Since I was not informed of such matters, then it must not be related to the front lines. Moreover, Sir Royal Lord has always remained in contact with those in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. 1,000 years ago, Sir once mentioned that our clansmen were trying to find another gap in the grand restriction. Hence, the reason for Sir's joy must be thanks to good news from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Meng Ke frowned at the explanation. Although Mo Na Yi had explained the situation clearly, he remained unconvinced. Mo followed up, Meng Ke, you should learn more from Mo Na Yi. Strength alone is not enough against the human race. You need to use your wits. You know what happened to Diwu back then? Nothing good will come from underestimating the humans. Meng Ke calmed down and bowed. Meng Ke will never forget your orders, sir. Mo Na Yi asked, Sir, what was the news you received from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Mou grinned. A group has succeeded in sneaking out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. That was extremely sensitive and confidential information. If it were an ordinary Black Ink clansman, then they naturally had no right to know such information. However, the ones standing here were two pseudo-royal lords, which was why MOU did not bother to hide anything from them. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.